Ready? Okay, good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the ENVISION24 conference. Got a great day for you here. We're so happy to see you. Want to welcome the online audience. We had over 100 people register, and so online, this is for you, giving you a little wave. Hi, Barbie. Just felt like I had to say that. Hi, Barbie. Gina and I got to go to DC recently. I needed a power suit. So I went out and bought one for the power players, this. And you know what I was really proud about when I was in the Cups cafeteria, the Senate cafeteria, bustling with people, that nobody else wears Barbie pink. So weird. Felt like I made my mark. And Mackenzie, but no one in that cafeteria. It was all very proper navy and black. Boring. Well, welcome back. I want to get some business out of the way, and then we'll get to the pleasure, essentially. There is a survey on your table, a QR code for day 2, so please be sure you remember that. Beth has gotten the shuttle driver to come to Scott Conference Center for the airport, not to the hotel, and that will begin at 11, and it'll just do the loop-de-loo. Those of you who have afternoon flights but want to stick around for Rasmussen but don't want to pull like a Kramer from Seinfeld at the last possible minute getting to the airport, we got the shuttle coming at 1:30. I gotta make amends. I was really promoting the best ice cream in America, E-Creamery, I'm sorry. I know, I botched it twice. That's terrible. Cone flour, but E-Creamery, Scott's wife owns, wave Scott, so they know who you are. See, you probably didn't get to cone flour, but guess what? You can get E-Creamery from the comfort of your home wherever you're from because you can just order it online and you can make your own little labels. And so this is what my mother-in-law in Denver gets every like occasion, because what else is better than ice cream from Omaha? And don't worry, it doesn't arrive melty. There's plenty of posters out in the lobby area. Please be sure that you engage with students. They worked very hard on these posters. And don't forget that at 3:30 when we end, we're not over. No, we're taking this this party ongoing to a no-host happy hour, and so more detail on that to come. So last night when I got home, I sat at my kitchen table with my husband, Morgan. He's a high school teacher. I think he pretty much represents the average American that the people in this room are trying to help. And he just said, well, so who's been the most inspiring to you? He just asked me like, and it really kind of stumped me. And I thought of our ribbon cutting and I thought, gosh, our university leadership is so supportive of us. And I see Sarah Myers in the audience. She's the head of research and creative activity for the University of Nebraska at Omaha. but we ask and they jump. So thank you to our university leadership. And then I was thinking about the students, and I was thinking about a student from San Antonio who had to get off work at Target, didn't know if he could get off his job to come here. And he was able to do that, and that was such a big deal. And he's so excited to be here. So the students work so very hard, and they're actually why we're here today, because they represent our future. And then last night I was driving Martha and Gary, and I was just listening to them like the Uber driver does. And I was like marveling that one took 5 years to get a PhD and one took 6. And I thought about that kind of commitment for faculty, that kind of commitment to get your PhD. I don't know. I might have pieced out. Well, I did piece out. I just have a bachelor's. I mean, I just was done after 4 years. I can't imagine doing that. And then we have our government partners. And, Morgan at my kitchen table, he doesn't know your names. Most Americans don't know your names. You don't want them to know your names. But I was telling him, I said, the people in the headlines who are in the news all the time that make us feel like we're about to go off a cliff, they're not really. We got these other people, these people that I've met, and they're keeping the wheels moving, and they're just so inspiring. They're at it. They could make so much more money in industry, but here they are in these government jobs. They're very mission driven, and I'm very proud at this moment that they're running our country. And he's like, they're running our country. So you're running our country. And I said, yes, they are. So thank you. That's very inspiring. Listen, we just got a great day planned, and you don't need to hear more factoids from me this morning, but I do have prizes, so stick around. That's for later. Uh, I'd like to welcome up someone you all know. She hardly needs an introduction, but Insight Director Gina Ligon, her vision, her strong leadership, and her belief in collaboration is living proof in this room today. So thank you, Gina.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning online. My job as a director is to oversee the science that happens in this consortium. And yesterday, I just allowed myself to kind of imbibe it, and it was awesome. So I got to just sit here and hear all of this research that we have been funding and nurturing for the past 4 years, and the results. Um, we have 154 deliverables that are coming out of your work next year in year 5. I know. It's crazy. And the amount of productivity that this group is creating, the evidence you are providing for the decision makers that are here in the audience is just unreal. And it is an awesome responsibility to be able to be here part of it. I'm going to be quick this morning. I feel like my job is really to do a little bit of sense making of what I heard yesterday, what I saw yesterday. I'm also going to talk about some gaps. So one of the things that we got to do this year strategically is we reserved one award to do a targeted RFP. And we wanted to do that based on what we saw as gaps in our portfolio. And so I have 3 that I've identified after looking at all of the work that we've been doing, hearing the questions from our board. And we will be releasing a targeted RFP in the next month for all of you in this room and online to compete for of a gap that we've identified, or 3 gaps, and see if we can get some cool proposals to be able to help answer the questions that didn't get answered. So I'll talk about that as well. So first, what I saw, academics here in the room and online know that to be able to talk to actual government folks who can use what you're doing is what gets you up in the morning. None of us are in academia for the salaries or the esteemed praise in society. We're actually here to make a difference, and especially in this center. What a lot of you don't know is our board members who are sitting here, I mean, they could have all been the keynote at any conference. In fact, most of them don't come to conferences unless they are the keynote. And so what's interesting about our board here today is that they have been locked in. They're all taking notes. I've been moving around the tables and hearing from them. I heard from our NCTC board member said last night, I think I've learned more about terrorism in this day than I did in all of my academic training. So that's pretty awesome. And then to have the chief scientist from DHS and the chief behavioral and social science scientist from DHS hearing your research, you can't get that anywhere else, this kind of undivided attention. We have to get them out of the Beltway to do it. So that's the secret plan of getting you to Omaha. I know that if we had had this in DC, y'all would have been in your offices, you would have been taking calls, you would have been having meetings on the margins, as you like to say. But getting you here in this big sky country has allowed you to sort of focus on the science that's being done for you. So I just wanted to take a minute to thank our board members who flew in from DC, many of them on Monday to be here, and they're flying back tomorrow, and they're awesome. So give a round of applause to our board. The other thing I saw, though, is that you're in the room, but we also have board members online along with 100 other people. So for those of you who think you're just presenting to this room, John Horgan's watching. Hi, John. You've got pillars of academia in this space watching your results. You have board members from CISA who are here watching online. You have our board member from Secret Service watching online. They're sending in questions. So when you get questions, you can know that those are probably coming from our online audience. So I just wanted to make that apparent as well. I think sometimes we look in the room and you think, oh, this is my group. But the reason we have the wonderful team from Dog and Pony out there is because we wanted to make sure that we could stream this online. My dad's also watching, so hi, Dad. So that's cool too. But yeah, so a lot of people are here and paying attention. The other thing I saw was our industry partners. So you might have seen Splunk and Palo Alto and Delete Me out there. You might notice my Palo Alto socks that I'm wearing today. I don't know if those can make it online. That's for a reason. Splunk and Palo Alto are the reason we were able to fly in all of the students. So they sponsored our conference for a very targeted reason, and it was to be able to inspire the future workforce. So PIs know, principal investigators know, we are able to fund at least one member from your team to come to Omaha, which is awesome. But you have a huge team behind you. And so in order to be able to accommodate all of the students coming, all of the food and supplies, to not charge any kind of entrance fee, we have those three organizations as our corporate sponsors. They're not sponsoring research, they're sponsoring people. So if you get a chance to stop by their desk, I'd like you to thank them for that, because it's totally awesome that they're here and that they believe in the power of the future workforce. And then the last thing I wanted to say that I just saw is the amount of students and the activity that are here. I heard a lot of you went out last night, so I'm really excited that you're here so early this morning. Hopefully you saved a little bit of gas in the tank for Sunny's later. Sorry, I'm not supposed to say where we're going online. Terrible op security. Just kidding. Hopefully you saved a little bit for the no host happy hour at a location that will not be named, because honestly, we'll all buy you drinks. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of what makes Insight great. All right, let me talk to you about what I heard. So we have, there are two things that I am fiercely protective about as the director of this center. One is the scientific rigor of everything that gets in front of a government board member's desk. And two is the ardent focus on the CT mission. And so what I heard yesterday was the fruit of that labor. So there's a lot of people behind the scenes doing the quality control and quality assurance. I'd like to recognize Mackenzie Harms. I think Jen Calvota and Alex Bruns. They lead our quality control and quality assurance team. They lead the peer review process. One thing I wanted to do different about our center, this is going to get a little wonky for you government folks, so I'm sorry, just, phase out for a second, although Sam might like it, and Rick will definitely like it. When I was an assistant professor and trying to get tenure, there was very little incentive structure for me to do extramural research and even less incentive structure for me to do applied extramural research. So if I'd won an NSF, well, maybe that would count. But to do something for DHS or DOD or the IC, not incentivized in my promotion and tenure package. And that's probably true of most of us when we were coming up. One of the things that I felt very strongly about is I wanted people like Michael Logan. Where's Michael? There he is. Working on becoming an associate professor at Kennesaw State, which is an awesome university in Georgia. I wanted him to be able to the work that he did to count. So what we've done, and as you all know, I was a journal editor in my previous life. I had to relinquish that to do this. But what we have done is we have structured the peer review process so that it counts for your tenure. And so when you do scientific, your major deliverables is what it's called on your work plan, it goes out for peer review to other experts. And so it does not, it gets, you know, if you've gotten your feedback, but I want everyone here to know that that was it's hard, it's arduous. It would be much easier for you to just submit something and be like, here, Ajmal, here's what they did. That would be a lot easier and faster. But we have to engage in that sort of policing and regulation as a center. We all have to be able to review each other's work because we can't let crappy products ever get out there or else we ruin our name. But it's also important for the junior scholars in our consortium, for them to be able to put on their promotion and tenure packages that they went through peer review for their academic grants for this center. So I just wanted to recognize the behind the scenes work and kind of talk to people about why that rule is there. So I got to see that play out yesterday. Bettina Rottweiler, is Bettina here? Multi-wave longitudinal survey, academically rigorous. Chris Bader said so. Where's Chris Bader? Yep. So, that's important. Gary Ackerman, where's Gary? He did his deliverable last year. It was really long, Gary's. We're going to get a little shorter in this year's, but but we send it out for peer review to actual chem bio experts because we didn't have the domain expertise here at Insight to be able to review the scientific rigor of that. So we sent that out for peer review. So you can be sure, government, anything that you get from us is scientifically rigorous and has gone through a very arduous process before you get it. So that's something I'm committed to, and I think we got to see it play out yesterday. It was awesome. Took a while, 4 years, right? The second thing I heard is this sort of interesting mix of how you balance that long-range, scientifically rigorous research with short-range responsiveness. So I want to point out Austin Doctor, what he presented with his project with START. So Austin is doing an incredibly rigorous, arduous process for his clients are CISA and National Geospatial Agency for that particular basic ordering agreement. I was just talking to Sam about some of our BOAs. They can't wait for 2 years for what he's doing. It's too long of a window. So what he did is he structured his work plan so that he has these rapid evidence assessments. And what that does is it gets information into the hands of the government in a much faster way. And I just want to highlight that for all of the researchers here. You don't have to compromise scientific rigor with responsiveness. If you're at Insight, we will help you get there. We have templates, we have models, we have ways for you to be able to get information in an interim. Like a lot of academics want to wait till it's perfect. And it's like, sometimes the government just needs it like at 80%. And then you get the perfect thing at the end, right? But what I would like to encourage this group to think about is interim deliverables that can go to the government as fast as possible so that they can bring it to their stakeholders and keep asking for resources for your work. So really happy to see that, Austin. I think you are a role model for the center in terms of your rigor, but also responsiveness. So thank you for doing that and sharing that yesterday. Finally, the last thing I heard that I was just really relieved about, and I don't know, I'm nervous to say this because of the online audience, like this is a group of friendlies, but those online people, who are they? John Horgan? It was refreshing to be in a room all day and just hear about terrorism. I don't know about you in the security space, but I hear about China and Russia and the border 80% of the time from people in the national security apparatus, and they're important. I am not saying they are not important, but we have to be fiercely locked in on the mission of counterterrorism and terrorism prevention research here, because you know what? Everybody else is chasing those shiny objects. Our mission has to be to understand the nature of extremist threat to the United States. And so what I heard yesterday was an ardent commitment to that. We get so many proposals when we do our request for proposals that are beautiful. They're amazing. They're so important, the questions. But they're about the PRC, or they're about Russia, or they're about fentanyl, or they're about border security. And I say, this is a great project for another center of excellence. This center of excellence, our mission has to be on terrorism and targeted violence and the study of that. So I was really pleased yesterday to see and hear all of the work that's happening in that space, because here's the thing. The federal government may have stopped worrying about terrorism as reflected in their budget, but terrorism has not stopped thinking about us. It's going to happen again. And when it does, this center, the researchers here, will have the answers and the research that everyone will be asking for. Why is no one looking at that? Guess what? It might not have been popular. It might not have been what comes out of the HISGAC's meetings of what they want y'all to be looking at, but we will be here. We will be ready, and we will have the research that you all need to be able to make some decisions at that point. So now the doom and gloom of what's missing, but this is actually kind of exciting, right? This is what you do as a scientist. You think, well, what did I not hear that I should have? There are 3 things that I feel like we're missing as a center. And so I will work on the language of this RFP. I'll work with the board to help me flesh it out to make sure that I get it right. But we're going to do a target RFP, and we're going to put some money behind these 3 questions because I think we're not doing it yet. Number 1, we got to start thinking about the target domain of cyber, you guys. I know a lot of us are social and behavioral scientists. I know that we are comfortable using the GTD and understanding lethality and the importance of body counts. I'm not saying that work has to stop, but cyber is the new domain for terrorists. It touches every point of critical infrastructure in our country. And so to say, oh, you're getting into cyber? No, cyber's gotten into us. Cyber's everywhere. And so thinking about how your research might predict or examine how nefarious actors are using cyber critical infrastructure, so all of the different systems that touch and protect our 16 pieces of critical infrastructure, including what you got to see from Splunk out there, what you got to see from Palo Alto about different cyber intrusions, thinking about how a nefarious actor might be using their own training, their own COTS, as Austin talked about, commercially available technology to be able to impact secure systems. I think we have to be the center that leads into that. So I encourage you to think about that as a dependent variable. Number 2, I'm probably going to mush this up because I didn't have a good answer at the time, but the question from Kevin Peters and the question from Ruhana, I felt like we didn't have good answers to those. So the question was, And it actually is related to the Supreme Court decision yesterday that the government can no longer really interact with the tech sector in ways that they used to. So if we all agree that cyber and technology and these systems are what is the new target domain, what is the relationship? What role can universities play in understanding at what point can the government actually step in and advise the cyber community on their design processes and what they're doing to protect? I think one of the answers yesterday was like, we got to get ahead of it before the genie gets out of the bottle. So when you think about the creative process, as people are developing new technology, at what point can the government intervene? What point should academics intervene to be able to get in and say, listen, have you thought about this third order effect of what you're creating? And what can we do to protect that before it happens? Because once they start making money on it, we are not able to get the toothpaste back in the tube. So thinking about that intersection and the role that universities can play between government and industry, particularly with the tech sector, I think is a question that we should be asking. And then the third thing I didn't hear, I heard it on the margins a little bit, but not in an actual study, is what has changed in the United States specifically since the October 7th attacks? How has it mobilize people? How has it changed the discourse in our country? What are some of the threat vectors? So thinking about your own research areas and how October 7th and what happened in Israel, and honestly, what's happening in the media after, and how that is impacting what your phenomenon of study is, I think would be an important question for us to be able to supply the government in this space. So those were the three things I didn't hear in a concerted way. I'd like to put some money behind it. We have some reserved. We'll do a targeted RFP. You got the early advanced ideas about what you could be doing. Try to make some collaborators, some connections. Palo Alto and Splunk are out there for a reason. Go talk to them about what kind of dependent variables they might be able to help you with. We can have industry partners on grant proposals, so you could work with them to be able to do this, but encourage you to think about those more concertedly. And I'd love to talk with you more about it at the reception afterwards tonight. All right, so what's on tap for today? That's my last piece of sense making, why we put those 3 sessions in. So if you all know, we have 4 themes in Insight. Nature of counterterrorism, so this is where we understand the nature of the threat. That's a lot of what we heard yesterday. Number 2 is the Nationwide Suspicious Activity Initiative. So this is 2 different pieces. This is behavioral threat assessment and management teams, and it's INTER, the National Threat Evaluation and Reporting Offices. So these are the SAR reports that you'll hear a lot about. Number 3, terrorism prevention. But what we do at Insight, as you all know, we don't conduct terrorism prevention interventions. We study them, and we study the effectiveness of them. And then 4 is workforce development. And so workforce development is how do we inspire and develop the current and future workforce. What you'll hear today, what's up next, is novel threat assessment. So this is a series of studies that some are just getting started, some have some more mature data, but it's really looking to provide, and we actually have Melissa Zisler, who's the head of INTER here, but it's really looking to provide her organization some science and some evidence around what's working, what doesn't. To be candid, the behavioral threat assessment and management community is kind of a mess. They're great, but it's a lot of people that don't have the scientific training that people in this room have, and they're throwing things out that are popular, but may not necessarily have the scientific rigor and the evidence that's needed to move them forward. And so our job as the center, our job as science and technology is to provide you some data and some evidence and some research about what's effective and what's not. So that's what the first panel is really going to be about, are all different ways we're doing that to support you. We've got even more coming next year, as you know, because some studies are just starting. Number 2, We have a session on security innovation, or innovations in security management or measurement. I'm sorry. That's a wonky title. The Evidence Act that the government is under. This whole session is about what are some innovative ways that we can capture some dependent variables, some measures of efficacy for you to be able to go back and show every dollar I'm spending has evidence associated with it. So please pay attention to that panel. It is awesome. For those of us who are researchers, I mean, in the room, we are probably going to geek out. I mean, Matt Jensen, when he talks about cool ways that he has been able to attribute group membership to online movements and protecting civil rights and civil liberties, which is also important, is a really cool study that you're going to be excited about. And then the last panel of the day is something that is kind of my dessert to the conference. And this is the workforce development panel. And this is the set of sessions about how we are inspiring and developing the current and the future workforce. We have the director from the UK Center of Excellence, Dr. Stacey Conchi here. She's going to lead us off by talking about a really important international initiative. Because you all are part of Insight, you also are part of IAPS. And so when she presents that opportunity, especially some of our early career researchers, which is operationally defined as 10 years from your PhD or within your PhD, if you are interested in participating in that, she will sort of have a call for getting involved. We're hoping that the conference host will be in New Zealand or Australia this year. And so it also could mean a free trip to one of those places. Not free because you have to actually work when you're there. And so I'm really excited about that particular initiative. And then the other two things that are not on the scientific agenda today, but are incredibly important. So Nick Rasmussen is in the air. He's in the air. He was supposed to arrive last night, but just like a lot of you, got stuck in Chicago. So what I am excited about his talk, and he is coming to the reception, is that he is how would you describe him, Lego? He's the senior person in Department of Homeland Security for counterterrorism. Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything to academics. Just say what that means. So Ruhana, former director of NCTC, right? So former director of your whole organization. So the fact that he's coming to talk and hang out and drink with us is really cool. So I just don't want to downplay that. So he will be here allegedly this morning. Number two, and I think this is what the students are most excited about, we have an award ceremony. I've heard we have winners. We have winners, and so there will be prizes at the end for that as well. So those are the two other big things that are happening besides our panels. So Seamus, are you going to pick him up right now? He's coming. Nick Rasmussen. It's like when he gets here, we're all going to be like, he's in the building. I feel it in the force. All right. So thank you so much for indulging me, letting me talk to you about what I heard and saw, what I didn't hear and see. Very excited to spend more time with you today and hear these panels. Thanks.
Thank you, Gina. As our panel is getting situated, so that's your cue, panelists, you may know that June marked the 80th anniversary of D-Day. And so the Allied landing on what beach? Thank you, Omaha. No prize for that, too easy. Omaha Beach. And I want to let you know that the sands of Normandy are on my back patio because when my husband took a bunch of kids there on a field trip last year and brought back a glass jar from Omaha Beach, one of my kids dropped it. So we have Omaha Beach and Omaha on our patio. Okay, let's get right to session 6, lightning talks, novel threat assessment for individuals, organizations, and their events. Gina kind of teed this up for you, so I'd like you to hear more from them. But we have a great panel for you today. So you remember Sam Hunter, IO psychologist, okay? We also have Amber Seward, by the way, soon to be Dr. Seward, who is wrapping up her PhD at University College London. And then we go to protecting events in under-resourced areas with Tin Nguyen. So he is an IO psychologist at UNO. And then we remember Carnes, Aaron Carnes, criminologist UNO. So we end with Carnes. So I'm going to let them talk, and then we'll get to the Q&A. And please, again, this is your opportunity to ask them anything. So think of good questions. Sam, why don't you get us started?
Thanks, Aaron. To mic check, we're good. All right, thumbs up. Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Love Gina's opening comments. She's always so good at summarizing and seeing the themes, and she did not disappoint. Before I jump into the project, I wanted to thank all of the folks on the team that engage in some of the work that I'm going to present. Was driven by several of them who were primary authors on this work. So I don't know if Kelsey's here. Kelsey, are you here? She's not. She may be watching online. So Kelsey Segala helped write the paper I'm going to share today. Dr. Parsons is also here. And Dr. Rechin, who just defended her dissertation, is now Dr. Rechin. She's watching online as well. I also want to thank Ajmal for all of the support on this work. And with that, I'll get into it. So a bit of background on what I'll be chatting about today. About a year and a half ago, folks at DHS reached out and said, can we do a state of the science summary on the tools that exist for soft targets? So soft targets come in a variety of forms, protecting a mall versus a museum versus a park. And so there are a number of tools that exist. CISA has a bunch, FBI has a bunch. So we wanted to know, was there some commonalities among those? Did you have to adjust or tweak scales to have them work across different environments? So that was the impetus for the work. A lot of psychometric stuff, reliability, validity, and the team has a nice deliverable that we can share and will be sort of formally available at the end of the summer. But if you want it now, we can share you an early version of it. But you can't put a bunch of social scientists in a room and have them look at psychometrics and tools and not have this question come up, which is, well, what about the people that are involved? And so that actually prompted us to dig a little bit beyond just the psychometrics of these tools that exist, but sort of understand what it also means in a security context about protecting soft targets, how the folks involved actually have to use and engage with these tools. And so this led us to write a paper that's just been published at Safety Science. You're more than welcome to take a look at it. I can certainly send it, but you can find it available online as well. Before I jump into what we found in that paper, what sort of general takeaways were, I'm going to share a story and embarrass my 13-year-old daughter who's not here. So never bring this story up to her if you ever meet her, Miss Celia. We just got back from London. And as you know, on an international trip, you go through a range of security checkpoints, getting bags scanned and looked at in a host of ways. On the way back, with the very last bit of security that we were going through, one of the personnel at the airport pulled her bag aside and said, "Whose bag is this?" And she said, "It's mine." And she's a 13-year-old, so she's mortified about everything, much less being called out by a TSA agent. And he said, "Is there anything sharp in this bag?" And she said, "No, of course not." And he said, "Well, did you pack this bag?" And she said, "Yes, I did." And, "Are you sure there's nothing sharp in there?" "Yes, I'm sure." My wife and I are looking at each other thinking, excuse me, what's going on with this bag? And all of a sudden he reaches in and pulls out a giant set of scissors. And we thought it was like Mary Poppins' bag, like he pulled it magically out of nowhere. And she's like, I don't know where that came from. And eventually we found out, and this tells you a little bit about my daughter, that she packed scissors to cut the tags off of her souvenirs on the trip. So tells you a little bit about what she was expecting on a trip to London. But she forgot about it. She was mortified. The TSA agent was great. He was stern in the beginning because he was looking at this dangerous thing, and then he saw a 13-year-old that was very scared and was very sweet and kind. We all got back and sat down and sort of recovered from this thing, and you've got this crying, teenager. And then this sort of question mark popped across all three of our heads at the same time, which was, why didn't somebody notice this earlier? In other words, we went through, 6 different security checkpoints. Why was it the very last one? But let's just say, for the sake of the story, that the equipment was all the same. So we did see a lot of the same Leidos equipment. The variable that was different were the people. And so those folks have different motivations on that day. They have different training. They are dealing with different crises of the moment. And so what this project is highlighting is just how important the individuals, the humans are that are utilizing these tools, that are making these decisions, because we can have all the most amazing pieces of equipment, but the folks that are actually making these decisions have a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes with them as well. And so this prompted us to think about how do you build a culture around physical security? And there isn't much literature out there. There's a good amount of literature on sort of broader safety culture. That's actually a pretty big literature base. There's some on information security culture, but not really anything on building a culture supporting protecting physical security. And it matters when folks are good at building a culture. In other words, the beliefs and values and attitudes, what's really valued in an organization. When that is in place, we all know this. You work in organizations that have variability, and hopefully they're high on something like this. But when you have a good culture in place, folks are smarter about things, they have the right set of skills, and they're motivated to do a good job. When all those things are in place, they make better decisions, which results in less violence and acts that we're concerned about. And so building a culture, excuse me, is both really challenging, but also exceptionally critical. I wanted to just be a little nerdy here for a minute as an academic and talk about some of the things that help go into building a culture. So getting the right people in place is certainly important. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the individual differences and personality traits that can help build a culture, as well as some of the things that you can leverage as organizational leaders as well. So this just came about through the literature, and it sort of highlights the nuanced and complex nature of what it means to get the right people into an organization with regard to building a culture like that. So from the literature, we see things like personality traits that are really important. Conscientiousness is one. For my IO folks, we know that conscientiousness is a sort of universally good thing. When folks are dedicated and detail-oriented, this is good for most jobs, but it's particularly good for security jobs. Agreeableness is a funny one, and I use it to highlight the nonlinear nature, the curvilinear nature, or just we'll call it the nuanced nature of some of these relationships. So we take somebody that's highly agreeable. They like to keep the peace. They like to get along with everyone. They're great for certain jobs. Folks that are really low on agreeableness often engage in conflict. They can often be very skeptical. And so when it comes to finding the right mix of this for folks in a security landscape or in a security environment, you're looking for something that's not too low and not too high. Somebody that is too high might not be willing to pull that 13-year-old out and take a look at those scissors in a bag. Somebody that is too low on a trait like that might pull everyone out of the line to have a conflict with them. And so you're looking for someone that's more in the middle. So sort of showing and highlighting the nuance of what it takes to bring in the right folks and personnel. We also find in the literature that things like experience really matter. So when folks have actually experienced a security breach, they tend to be much better at having motivation and paying attention and being diligent. And then folks with experience, such as law enforcement or military, are also quite good in building a security culture as well. So those are just some of the findings that I thought were interesting. I'll also, two more slides, and so penultimate slide here. I've been studying climate and culture for about 25 years, thinking about it in a variety of contexts. These are some lessons learned that are both from the literature as well as the applied work that I've done with a range of organizations. So how do you build a culture? What are some of the things that you have as levers that you can pull? For many of the folks in the room, these are intuitive, if not, of course, Sam. But maybe it's a good reminder if we're looking to build or change culture, some of the things that we have at our disposal. The first one is leaders. Leaders mean everything. Not only are leaders directive, however, folks are paying attention to how you operate as a leader. Being a role model is huge. The things that you engage in send a message of what's acceptable and what's appropriate. And again, I think we intuitively know that, but it's an important reminder that if being on time is something that's important to you, but you don't come in on time, that sends a very powerful message. And so how you operate as a role model is critical, because folks are very much paying attention to those things. The policies and procedures that you have are also really important. So having handbooks, we created one for Insight because we know that's important. But you also want those handbooks to be accessible. And if they just get filed away, never talked about, they're also not much use. So they have to be both accessible, and you have to have at least a conversation about them on a regular basis. What's rewarded and what's recognized also sends a powerful message. Here at Insight, we have a board that we sign for things that we're incredibly proud of. We don't just sign things for successes, we also sign things for good attempts. So what you reward sends a powerful message as well. Those things also trickle down into a performance appraisal system and a management system as well. If you're only talking about those things every year, you're not doing a particularly good job. So that has to be on a regular basis. Peer influences are incredibly powerful. If you have bad apples in the organization that are trying to do things in a way that you don't want them to, that can spread very quickly. So making sure that you're able to remove some of those folks if you can. Resources are critical as well. We're all fighting for resources, but we know that they're ultimately necessary. If folks aren't, they're overworked or working too many shifts, it's tough to get things done as well. And top management support matters. We have Sarah Myers here. You met all of our university support. That sends a really important message of how we are as an organization, and that's how you get good people in as well. And so with that, I'll just offer one quick comment. I know I'm just a little over time, but this project highlights something I just want to drive a point home, which is the interdisciplinary nature of the work. So we've got criminologists and we've got IO psychologists on the team. This project doesn't come about unless we have that mix of folks. And so I'm incredibly proud of the unique and novel nature of the work that they did. With that, I'll turn it over to Amber.
Testing. Is that working? Great. Hello, I am Amber. I'm a PhD researcher from University College London, and I'm going to be talking today about a systematic review that I've done with Paul Gill and Zoe Marchman about the structure and operations of targeted violence threat assessment models. Quick disclaimer before I start. I've been having a bit of a language barrier or maybe accent barrier problem this week. When I've been introducing myself, a lot of people seem to think I'm named ABBA, like the Swedish pop supergroup. So hopefully you understand what I'm saying for the next 10 minutes. So threat assessment is an emerging field. It was initially developed by the US Secret Service to prevent assassinations, but it's since been applied to a wide range of settings, which each have specific contexts and requirements. As Gina said, the behavioral threat assessment and management landscape really is a mess. There's a wide range of different ways that it's been implemented, and we don't know what works. Like other prevention methods, we want to know what works, where, in what contexts, under what conditions. And the first step to this is actually understanding what has been implemented in practice in order to compare between them to understand effectiveness. So to that end, we conducted a systematic review of case study literature, looking at the structure and operations of threat assessment teams of all targeted violence forms and across the world, using a variety of search strategies, but I won't bore you with details of those. We had 48 included studies describing 27 different threat assessment teams. In terms of their targeted offence type, this was schools, higher education, workplaces, fixated threats and threats to public figures, violent extremism, and then a category of mixed threats and problem behaviours. In terms of the region of these teams, as you can see there, it's overwhelmingly in the US, with some in Europe and Australia as well. So we analysed these and compared between them on 6 broad analysis categories. The first being the threat assessment setup. So this is the basic information of the team, the location, the targeted offence type, funding, remit, origins of development, key objectives, any other involvements that they do other than threat assessment. Next is the team structure. So this is the key members of the team, what disciplines are involved, whether there's a lead discipline that's in charge, how cases are processed and structured through that team, what training there is, and whether this has had any evaluation. Referral systems, so how cases are brought into the team, including whether there's any contact with referring bodies and training of referring bodies as well in what to report. Threat assessment process, so everything that happens from the point of referral to the point of case closure. What disciplines are involved when information is gathered, when assessments are done, what resources are used, whether this is all done in person or remotely, what risk assessment tools are used, and the final outputs of the process as well. Next is interventions, so either in-house or outsourced interventions, and case management and monitoring structures. And finally, and most importantly, quality assurance mechanisms. And this was data collection and record keeping practices, data sharing practices, and importantly, performance evaluations. Spoiler for later, there are very few performance evaluations. So there were some key common themes we identified that unite a lot of these models. One is the origins of development. So the typical story of how one of these threat assessment teams starts is there's a high-profile mass casualty incident which sparks convening of a panel of stakeholders and experts and reviewing existing literature. They are also often united in their objectives. A lot of them explicitly mention that they operate according to the public health approach. And by that, I mean there is an underlying problem facing an individual, often an unmet mental health need that's been insufficiently treated by mainstream services. And this is manifesting in problematic behaviors or threats of violence. And if you can use a multi-agency approach to resolve that underlying issue, you can improve outcomes both for that individual and for any public that are at risk of the threat. Oops, sorry, I'm not just there. Team structure. Almost all teams are multidisciplinary, and this is definitely regarded as best practice. They all include at least law enforcement and mental health representation. There are some specialist units, so for example, specialist police units, but even these will systematically consult upon other disciplines, or they'll embed themselves, for example, within a mental health unit in the police to emphasize that they are working in a multidisciplinary way. And finally, case management. For all of these teams, threat assessment does not stop at the assessment stage nor the intervention stage. They all have some kind of structured way to monitor cases and progress. However, there are some important differences between them as well. The first being that the disciplines that are involved in the team or leading the team affect what resources are available. So if law enforcement has a key role in the team, this provides a lot of resources for information gathering in the assessment stage or protective measures in the intervention stage. But if it's mental health that's leading the team, then it's more likely you're going to have a lot of in-house interventions in the form of counselling. In terms of the assessment process, they all share the same approach where they're trying to triage and screen out the majority of cases that are low concern so that they can focus key resources and in-depth assessment on those that are higher risk. But within this, there's a lot of variation in the length of this process and how many steps are involved. The most extensive are the comprehensive school threat assessment guidelines, the CSTAG model in the US, the Salem-Kaiser model in schools in the US, and the Channel model in the UK for violent extremism. Regarding risk assessment tools, there's a lot of variation in what tools are available to these teams. So for some offence types, for example, stalking units, there's a wide range of quite well-regarded risk assessment tools that they can use. But for violent extremism, which is what we're mainly concerned with here, that doesn't exist because of the lacking evidence base and lacking validation of risk assessment tools. So a lot of these teams have to either create their own list of risk factors or use a toolbox of different instruments. In terms of interventions, there's a range of case ownership in these teams. A lot of them don't have ownership and they are merely consultative resources to other investigative teams. And that means that their main output is just recommendations. But even when the teams do have case ownership, sometimes these interventions aren't in-house, they're outsourced, and the main output of this team is to kind of create a network of agencies around the individual, and their main role is to facilitate access to these. Finally, and most importantly, there is a lack of evaluation. As Gina said again, this field is a mess. We don't know what works. There is broadly a lack of evaluation completely, and that really hinders any confidence in this being evidence-based or any way to compare between different models and their effectiveness. There are some exceptions to this, but it's the same players, generally the CSTAG model again, and the Fixated Threat Assessment Centre in the UK. Another part of this project was to see what the US can learn from its allies abroad in terms of how threat assessment is implemented. A couple of caveats there, that there is a lot more variation within the US than between the US and abroad. A lot of the variation is due to offence type or context and setting rather than region. And also the US is the leading voice here. As you saw, a lot of the literature is in the US. It was developed in the US, and a lot of the models outside the US do explicitly say that they're inspired by US models, the Secret Service model or some school violence models as well. Having said that, there are some unique features of non-US models that are worth noting. So in the structuring of multidisciplinary teams, this is often done a lot more deliberately outside the US. So for example, you might have You might necessitate that a forensic nurse and a detective jointly process a case and sign it off, or you might have joint funding from 2 different departments to emphasize that it's multidisciplinary. For referrals, they often have dedicated referrals contacts for each referring agency to make sure that you're getting the right cases in. Some models, the Fixated Threat Assessment Center, again, also proactively searches for threats on police databases and social media. And most importantly, there's a difference in framing away from threats outside the US. And this is reflected in the language used. So for example, in German schools, the language is of crisis and support. In the channel program in the UK, it's about vulnerability, but also just the titles of these units. In the US, they're often called threat assessment teams. That's very rare outside the US. They'll be called something like the problem behavior program. So what does this mean? For practice, this is being written up and hopefully published soon as some very useful but very ugly tables that compare between all of these categories and all of these models. And hopefully this can be used as a reference guide when practitioners are either developing a new team or considering their options to improve. For research, we really need threat assessment to be evidence-based, both in the risk factors that it's founded upon, but also the overall impacts of that threat assessment team as well. So we need research into risk factors and validating risk assessment tools, again, particularly for violent extremism. But we also need to be evaluating the effectiveness of these teams with regard to violence prevention, but also the outcomes for the individuals who are referred through. Brief note on limitations. All of this is not complete and exhaustive. By virtue of our very strict inclusion criteria, this is not by any means all threat assessment models that exist or all information on the ones that do. Thank you for listening. Before this is published, it is available as a kind of long form directory on the EnSite website. If you just Google EnSite Threat Assessment Directory, it should take you there. Happy to take any questions in the Q&A.
Mic check. Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect. Today I'm going to be talking about protecting events in under-resourced areas. But before I hop into that discussion, whoops, screen just vanished. Before I hop into that discussion, I just want to give a little plug for a project that we're just starting up related to behavioral threat assessment and management teams as well. Building a little bit off of the work that Amber and her team are doing. We're working with Ajmal Aziz and the Enter office in order to understand operationally what's required to not only operate these teams, but to sustain them. And there are often all different sorts of considerations that people need to have when trying to scale these teams and trying to support these teams in, again, sort of under-resourced areas where there isn't necessarily the infrastructure or the resources to fully staff a full threat assessment team, right? What kind of consultation models are available to people? How do people in these rural areas go and get some kind of information so that they can conduct their threat assessments? So we're starting that project up. We don't have any clear findings to share from that yet, but if anyone has any questions about that later after this talk, feel free to answer any questions there. All right, so let's talk a little bit about organized events and some of the issues that we run into when trying to secure these different events. I will say, so this project started a little bit because Dr. Aaron Carnes and I are avid concert goers. Every single time we go to a concert, we walk out and we look at each other and we say something along the lines of, well, I'm sure the only thing that would protect me from a targeted violence attack would be probably luck, because the security apparatuses that we observe are not necessarily giving us any sort of peace as we're entering and leaving, and it's just kind of a cluster almost every single time. This gets even worse when you start thinking about festivals in comparison to stadiums, right? There are levels of hardness and levels of softness to each of these different critical infrastructures or different venues that people are hosting their events in. And so we need to be a little bit sensitive to the different ways that we are able to acquire and deploy resources to different areas that are hosting events and all of the critical considerations that come with, again, kind of managing some of those people and some of those resources. I'm sure many of you remember the 2017 Las Vegas shooting where a man opened fire from his .32 32nd floor hotel building on the Las Vegas Strip during a festival. A lot of security and law enforcement were on the grounds. No one was really prepared at that time to address any sort of high elevation shooters. And so with this event, it kind of sent waves throughout the event security world. People started to really reevaluate whether or not the security measures that they had in place were actually robust. Obviously, people were focusing on things like access control, things that people could manage via foot traffic, anything else, metal detectors. But when it comes to high elevation activity, there was no screening process, no sweeping of hotels or anything at that time. And so when this event happened, a lot of the event security folks that I'll talk about in this project here mentioned to us that this was a kind of a critical event for them that made them really reevaluate all of the different practices that they had in place. And one of the things that you'll hear again in this presentation here is what are the ways people are approaching this work? What are the tools that people are using? And what are the limitations to some of those tools? And how can we better guide people towards some sort of framework that enables them to best shore up their resources for each of the security functions that we do care about. After that 2017 Las Vegas shooting, obviously events are still a target for a lot of bad actors. We have the Moscow concert hall attack that I'm sure many of you have read about. Most recently, we also had a man who was indicted for plotting a mass shooting at a Bad Bunny concert here within the United States. So again, the threats to event venues continue to be of concern for people. We return to these event venues and we go to our concerts and we accept the risk that comes with it. Oftentimes, event security professionals do also, to an extent, accept a level of realistic risk for the work that they do. But what we hope to accomplish in a project like this is to really speak to all of those different functions that they need to fill and how they need to fill them. Before I hop into that, I want to talk just a little bit about some unique challenges to event security implementation. The first of which is that the structure of event security apparatuses are inherently interorganizational, right? You have law enforcement, you have private security, you have event planners. Depending on who you talk to, folks that are working concessions and other functions like ticketing are also a part of this event security apparatus. And usually they're also a mix of, full-time, part-time, and also volunteer staff, which I think is a little bit unique for a lot of security functions. Bringing in people that aren't necessarily trained to do this and somehow getting them on the same page as all of these other people is a continual challenge. There's also membership inconsistency with a lot of event security apparatuses. Year over year, you aren't necessarily working with the same law enforcement personnel. You're not necessarily working with the same event planners. And so there are issues in membership consistency, and that kind of affects the extent that people are able to get on the same page in both the planning and implementation process for events. There are also budget limitations. I think most security professionals are no stranger to this, but there also requires a level of coordination in designing this kind of temporary footprint that people are trying to build, especially when it's a festival or some place where you're trying to set up outside and you're not confined within a building. You need to acquire the resources to create all of your perimeters. You need to figure out where people are going to be entering, when people are going to be exiting, and you need to be considering where people are going to be in specific times and specific places, and where to, again, kind of divvy up your resources so that you're covering all of your bases there. There are also very few opportunities within the performance of event security or the implementation of event security to stay sharp. So a lot of these people don't necessarily work together too frequently. They're coming together usually, a couple days before. Obviously, for a lot of big events, people are planning for months in advance. But when it comes to actually doing exercises, just to make sure that people are on the same page and understanding what their roles and responsibilities are, usually when these shared team task experiences are few and far between. It's also really monotonous work or distracting work, depending on who you talk to. Event security professionals are just kind of standing around, observing, listening to the music. There's a lot of nothing sometimes, and you have to be alert somehow in the midst of all of that. And there are also very few success metrics. And I think this is something that many of us continue to struggle with within the prevention space, is that there isn't a lot that people can kind of anchor themselves in evaluating themselves on year over year. So when people are coming together for their after action, a big issue is that without any kind of clear security metrics for them to work with, other than maybe efficiency or what was maybe a headache to them when they were in the planning or implementation process, there isn't necessarily a lot to work with when people are trying to say, hey, what actually worked last year for security specifically? And so those pose continual issues for the implementation of event security. So what we wanted to do with this project, as we started scanning through all the available resources that people use to plan, was to develop this framework for what we like to call nimble event security. Oftentimes people are working, again, with these really limited resources. So what we wanted to advocate for is more of a functional approach to the work. Usually when people take a look at these guides, there's a laundry list of different measures that people can put in place. You see access control, you see locks, you see, all the different personnel that should be involved. But what people sometimes forget is that there are very specific functions that need to be met for security. You want to deter attacks, you want to detect them anytime that there's something that's emerging, you want to delay them and defend against them whenever possible, right? So those are the main functions that we really care about. But when people are sifting through these laundry lists of guides or measures that they need to implement, a big issue is that, you kind of forget that there are some functions that are actually kind of left completely open, that are completely unaddressed. And so if people take a little bit more of a functional approach to this work, what they get to do is think a little bit more intentionally about whether they're actually deterring threats, detecting them, delaying them, and defending against them. And again, in different times and different spaces. So there are a lot of attacks that happen either during an event, before an event, after an event. People really need to make sure that there's something in place, right, to actually deter, detect, delay, and defend at each of those different time points and at each of those different perimeters within their events. So being intentional about that is ever critical within this space. So when we set out to do this research, we were really interested in this kind of qualitative exploration of the work. What are the things that people struggle with? How do people plan for event security? And how do people manage and divvy up their resources within this work? So we conducted a bunch of interviews with event security professionals, and we're also in the process of distributing a survey that is basically a team task analysis, which means we're trying to figure out how people are distributing their people across different practices and across different tools that they're employing within their work. A few things that I'd like to highlight from this work from the planning side is that sometimes security is just kind of tacked on at the end. They're not necessarily there at the table from the start. And so when you start to just contract out your security functions and you don't necessarily have someone at the table, you're not necessarily acquiring all of the resources that you could possibly acquire for just physical infrastructure even for your event. So say, for instance, you're setting up a festival and you need to make sure that you have a variety of measures in place to create fencing or access control. If you don't have security there that's necessarily guiding that process, you're going to run into some issues. And so again, having security kind of at the start enables you to be better prepared for anything that arises. Institutional knowledge is also essential. There are tons and tons of folks that are able to contribute to this. So we have law enforcement that sometimes conduct threat assessments that are kind of ongoing in the lead up to an event. So in partnership with some of these other folks, having a little bit of budget reserved so that the growing threat assessment leading up to an event can actually inform the development of security is absolutely essential for a lot of these larger scale events. And having some things documented throughout the course of an event also enables year-over-year planning to be a little bit more efficient and effective. From a resource acquisition standpoint, there are a couple strategies that people have implemented to getting some buy-in for some of these security resources. One is to get people to appreciate the risk and basically scare people into saying, hey, if there's an attack, your reputation is going to be completely tarnished and you're not going to be able to host an event again. The other, which I found to be kind of interesting, is this security on a silver platter strategy where you make it almost so easy for people to grasp what this event security apparatus is trying to accomplish, And you're able to just get buy-in through sheer credibility and through sheer ease of implementation. So people view your security plan and they're like, this is actually not a big problem and not going to be a big headache for me. So I'm just going to accept this anyway. It's kind of like, for the same reason, locking your door as a simple security measure is such an easy thing when you leave your house, right? It's just so easy, even though chances of a break-in are really, really low. And then for resource acquisition, one of the things that I thought was most interesting was people were really creative about the ways that they are able to acquire resources for different functions. So one of the folks that we spoke to said, look, you don't necessarily need fencing per se, but you need to have something there. You need to meet these functions somehow, and it doesn't necessarily need to be the traditional resources that you're using, right? So you don't necessarily need to have, again, just the same access control measures as you would in a stadium, but maybe you need eyes for surveillance. Maybe you need, you know, a bus, or maybe you need a decoy cop car, right, for deterrence functions like that. You don't necessarily need to, again, rely on traditional functions that would otherwise exist for your festival. And then finally, for the deployment of event security, context-based training is absolutely key. It's important that all these people are on the same page when they're doing this work. And oftentimes we find that there aren't enough opportunities for people to do that. So people are making time to fly out and do in-person trainings. They're trying to do tabletop exercises. They're trying to do whatever it is that they can. But again, time and resources are limited. And then another thing related to just the volunteer staff is that they're volunteers, right? And so there's a host of issues that come with engagement. And so people really need to feel empowered. They really need to feel like people are checking in on them and making sure that they're actually doing their jobs effectively. Because ultimately, you know, people are the weakest link for a lot of these different security apparatuses. So with that said, I know I'm a little bit over time. There are a few recommendations here just related to some of the initial research findings that we have from this qualitative work. There's still a survey that we're hoping to put out in the near future, but the few things that I wanted to mention here are just that there are public-private partnerships and unconventional resources that people can use to just defend against any kind of threats that they're facing at their event venues. Having security from the start really facilitates that planning process and make sure that everything runs smoothly, so that the event plan is centered on security and it's not just kind of an afterthought where the security apparatus is just kind of doing their own thing outside of all of the other event staff. And then creating a robust security plan based on previous documentation really helps in that process as well, and the deployment of resources strategically, again, kind of combining those people and those practices and those tools together in a way that enables you to meet all of those functions and make sure that there aren't any critical gaps there is also really critical. So with that said, I'll pass it off to Dr. Erin Carnes.
Mic check. It's funny that I can't turn a microphone on and I'm going to be talking about technology. There's a real irony in all of this. Hi, everyone. So it's super fun to be talking about this project because it's the first project that Joel Elson and I worked on when actually this started before we even officially started here at UNO. And it has just come to a conclusion, which is really helpful when you're trying to distill a giant project down into a couple of slides in 10 minutes that we've just written the closeout report for it. Awesome. So one of the things I think is really incredible about this project is that it embodies so many of the sort of the key values of Insight. So the first is that this is responsive to stakeholder needs. The project that we're talking about, this was funded by a TVTP innovation grant. And the problem that we're addressing actually came to us about 3.5 years ago from Sarpy County, which is right south of here in Omaha, from their sheriff's department. And this was a county that has a really robust threat assessment management team. They've been in existence for 6 or 7 years at this point, and they really, they've got, huge team, multidisciplinary, really they've got things figured out in terms of the actual management of cases. But one of the things that they were concerned about is that they recognize that they're not getting information from members of the public on all of the potential concerns that are existing within their communities. And they were wanting to sort of address what are ways that they could get more and better information from members of the public so that they could better do their jobs. So this was really very clearly responsive to something that they were concerned with. And this was, as I said, I was still working somewhere else. Joel hadn't started here 3.5 years ago. You're taking innovation, technology background for Joel, criminology for me. You've got the social science, the tech, very naturally interdisciplinary, someone who studies human computer trust, someone who studies trust between communities and law enforcement, not really clear, obvious overlaps in what we do. And as we started talking with Captain Kevin Greiger in Sarpy County, Joel and I quickly realized that our fundamental research interests were really similar if you distill out the what are we talking about trust between. And this has been this very clear interdisciplinary project through and through, as you'll see as we continue talking about it. With the innovation, we thought about how can we help to get information from the public into the hands of this BTAM team in Sarpy County and all around the country. Joel's like, well, what if we developed a chatbot? And I was like, yeah, cool. What's a chatbot? Because this is, February of 2021. And there was no chat GPT yet. And as you can see, I'm not super tech savvy. He describes what a chatbot is. I was like, oh, it's like the thing that I use to return stuff to Amazon. Awesome. Yeah, we can totally do this. And in winning the grant and starting this project, it has been a huge lift with so much education and workforce development. I would try to name all of the students who've been involved in this project. There's a bunch of you back there. I see Isaac over here. Can you just raise your hand if you've worked on this project? Jack, Jack, why is your hand not raised? Like, there's so many of you who have been involved in this project that it embodies so much of what the core of Insight is. So we like our origin stories here as we use our Avenger references quite a bit. So I'll continue on from that. I could talk about any one of these for an hour, but I'm just going to quickly breeze through what the goal was and how we got to the point that this isn't just a go off and it's a tech thing or it's a social science thing. This is very, very clearly problems that my field has grappled with in how do you improve communication between law enforcement and the public or between any sort of entities and the public for decades. It's a problem that your field has dealt with for decades as well. The whole is like so much greater than the sum of the parts here because of the steps that we took to get to this end product. So we wanted to develop an evidence-informed chatbot technology to improve TVTP tips reporting. To do that, in the first phase of this project, we had to understand what the gaps were and understand that we didn't know what all of these gaps might be. So part of this came from the collaboration with our law enforcement and community partners and the BTAM team that let us look at the de-identified tips that they have received to see what are some of the gaps here, what are some of the things that they are seeing variation that shouldn't be existing just in how things are classified and information that is missing to get a sense of what does this actually look like and where might there be some issues in terms of questions that are asked or not asked. We conducted focus groups, of course, with Sarpy County because they're the key partner, but also with behavioral threat assessment and management teams across the whole state of Nebraska and across the country, asking about these questions of where, how are you gathering information, sharing information currently? How does that work? How doesn't it work? What are some of the pain points? What are things you wish you had? We have to figure this out from the public too. We did conjoint experiments using, the SAR indicators and what do people identify as being threatening or suspicious. Turns out the public's not very good at that. And then, Joel and his team developed a prototype chatbot, and then we had people in the lab and using eye tracking to see where do people get stuck and hung up on these static web forms, which is just like any other survey you filled out online. And through all of that, using all of this information to develop a more robust chatbot. And then during this time, the thing that of course we couldn't possibly predict is that ChatGPT comes out. And if we wouldn't have then innovated, and I say we, it was still in his team. I didn't develop this part. Like, okay, well, we need to develop this and integrate the ChatGPT architecture, is that the term? Sure, into this, because if we don't, then we have an obsolete product that we're putting out at the end of this grant. That's not helpful. By developing this, looking at multiple different types of chat, so, we didn't predict this, we had to sort of innovate here. Eventually having multiple different types of chatbots that were then deployed in a national survey experiment to see, are these actually gathering better information than other, oh, that's going way faster than I thought. Are these gathering more accurate information than static web forms? Because of course we don't want to deploy something that's not doing a better job than what already exists, and doing that with eye tracking as well. So the first finding is that static web forms, the thing that's the industry standard, these are overly complex. So this is the eye tracking, shows where people's eye movement, where their gaze duration is being fixed. And this is that some of the initial questions that are being asked on these forms that are used are just, they're complicated, is giving this like high level of cognitive burden off the bat. And I mean, people click out of surveys, they don't answer things that are, and these questions also are often things like, what type of offense are you trying to report? And I'll say this as a criminologist, I don't know that I could say exactly what the category of the offense is if I was trying to report something. So this needs to be more simplified, more interactive for members of the public who are lay people when trying to provide information. The second big piece of it, big finding, this is going to be no surprise to the two of you, is that there's a lack of resources, including better reporting systems. And this is a huge challenge for behavioral threat assessment and management teams, particularly those in rural areas. People in the public generally indicate that they have a willingness to want to help, but when actually diving down into some of the questions about their knowledge about what are the things that are threatening, are potentially suspicious, are information that they should be providing to some official about something that should that somebody else needs to get help for, they just really don't have that good information, and they also don't have great information about where to provide, how to report, where to report. And then finally, looking at chatbots, and this is something that measuring people's awareness of attitudes towards and engagement with chatbots. This was something that was, I think, really important to add on to the study as well, is that with the advent of ChatGPT, understanding sort of where are people in the public in terms of their use of chatbots? How does ChatGPT change that? And what we found is that most Americans these days, the overwhelming majority, have used a chatbot in the last week. People tend to trust chatbots in general and want to use them in the future. In particular, the chatbots that we've developed, these are more engaging than the static web forms that are the industry standard for reporting. The information that was obtained from the chatbot technologies tended to be more accurate and less subjective than the industry standard web forms. And people viewed the chatbots as being just as, if not more, like they trusted them as much, and they viewed them as being just as, if not more, usable. So there are a lot of reports that are out from this project that can all be found here with this QR code. And it is really hard to distill down 3 years of projects and lots of data collection into 10 minutes. So yeah, that's where I am.
Thank you to our panel. Now it begins the question answer portion. Hold on. Hiding a prize. of this. And I want to guess, I want to start right off the bat with soon to be Dr. Seward. I love that you compare contrast with, what the US does and what everyone else who's not the US does. What opportunities, and I promise I'm not, pimping out the IAPS project here, but what opportunities are there for information sharing across countries in this regard?
Well, yes, IAPS. Hopefully research like what I'm doing with Paul and Zoe, providing a kind of bridge to understand between, I mean, like Erin said, a lot of these teams that exist in the US and elsewhere are very rural, they're very small scale. So it's difficult to get to information share even on a small scale, let alone internationally. So more research comparing and having an easy reference guide out there to see what's being done elsewhere. But I mean, it's hard to even say any lessons learned that can be learned from abroad when we don't know what's effective anyway, because you can compare about what's being done elsewhere, but we don't know what works. And yeah, as I said, you guys are the leaders in the US at this. That may be because you have a disproportionate mass violence and gun control issue, and therefore a need for more threat assessment, but I'll let you make your own conclusions there. Yeah.
Thank you for that. On that point that you mentioned, I was thinking as everyone was talking that when I was a reporter, Omaha is not immune to mass shootings. We had one. It was at our shopping mall, at a very nice department store right before Christmas. 8 people were killed, 4 people were injured. The shooter died. And there's not a day that goes by when I don't go into that department store and think about that event. And that happened in 2007, by the way. Now, I don't see armed guards. I don't see a big fat security presence. I don't know that I want to see that when I'm, shopping for a fashionable suit here. So this question goes to you, Tim. I was thinking about event security. And if, I'm going to Lollapalooza, do I really want the SWAT team at the entrance? How do you balance our lives, our freedom, our desire to do some fun activity, some normal activity, go to a grocery store, go to a shopping mall, go to a movie, and the security that we need? And so how do you do that up front as you're designing these events?
That's a great question, Aaron. There are a couple different ways to do this. The first is just through architectural design. I know one of our soft target protection partners, Dr. Jenny Hesterman, often mentions the role of beautiful security. You don't necessarily need your bollards to be disgusting and deterring people from entering into your building just because they're hideous. But you can have things that are designed in a way that's kind of sleek, right? You can have bushes that are set up or foliage that's set up in front of your building so that people can't necessarily drive their car directly into your building, right? So there are ways from a physical security standpoint to design in a way that's not kind of gross and stale. And from a personnel standpoint, I think it really comes down to sort of as Sam mentioned earlier, the role of culture within security. So you don't necessarily need, people wearing vests. You don't need armed guards all over the place all the time. You can sometimes just have some really security-minded folks that are able to detect, they understand what suspicious activities are. They're trained, for example, concession staff or ticketing staff that know exactly, what is something that's of concern when they do see it. So there's a way to build security into the functionality of people that are doing other jobs. And obviously there are some limitations there, but I do think that, it's a way to get people to feel like they're just walking in, and being served. I think, the big thing with events is that you attend for some kind of immersive experience and, you don't want to be the person to worry about, security, and you don't even want to think about it necessarily. You just want to have a good time.
Right.
So anything that you can do to just really reduce that presence of armed guards in a way that's kind of sleek and built into people's jobs, I think makes it a little bit easier.
Doesn't tin just make you feel so good? Like, talk about a calming presence. Next time I go to Von Mar, I'm taking you 10 or any movie. or any public gathering. I want to remind the audience, we have Ryan, wave Ryan. He's got a microphone. We have Camden. So if you do have questions, please raise your hand. They'll get to you. And online audience, I invite you to send your questions as well. Yeah, we'll go with our board member, Ruhana. Thank you.
Hi, thanks, Ring, for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. Great panel. The question is primarily because of something Sam said, but anyone studying organizational culture and leadership, please feel free to jump in. Not so much a question, but maybe a plea for further research. Okay. So OPM, Office of Personnel Management, that is the HR clearinghouse for the entire federal government serving over 3 million folks, right? They do a detailed climate survey every year that I fill out. There's the Intelligence Community Climate Survey that I fill out. Then there's the Office of Director of National Intelligence, ODNI Climate Survey that I fill out. Trying to set the context here. So the last slide that Sam presented, the 8 levers of leadership and building culture. So that's not a surprise to anybody who studies leadership development, top management, culture, performance, etc. So I read enough Harvard Business School review articles to anyone who's interested to know these are check boxes. These are the things we do. What I'm asking for, what I'm missing is a sense of prioritization. That's number one. Number two, I know I should do all of these things, but I can't get to all of those things. If there are 3 things I can do to truly motivate people in the IC, specifically in the counterterrorism domain, well, money is not flush. What are the 3 things that I need to prioritize? We don't have, at least I have not seen enough research in this community that will help me make that determination. If I have $200,000 to give out this year, am I focusing on awards and recognition? Am I focusing on training and development? Am I sending them somewhere? What am I doing with that money? We grapple with that every single day because we have to make hard decisions. The other thing I did not see on the slide, and maybe I missed it, is alignment to mission. Because every single time we send out these climate surveys and we get them back, people say all sorts of things, the people who actually respond to the surveys anymore. The number one thing they say is leadership is broken, such and such is broken, but I'm here for the mission. So what does that incentive, that motivation, that alignment to mission truly impact those leadership factors? I don't know if our favorite terrorism groups can hand out money or training opportunities. Actually, training opportunities are good for them. I know they spend money on that. But jokes aside, I don't have a clear picture of what the true levers in what priority are to impact my culture. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you. That was an awesome question / plea. And Sam, I'm wondering if you can take that, and I want you to add this. I don't know if you're asking this, but I kind of heard it from the ground up. If people complain leadership is broken, so you can't control that, what can maybe from the ground up do in this regard?
Yeah. Great question. We could talk about IO stuff all day. This is fun. It's in my wheelhouse. So there is some literature to help both identify the underlying factors. So Larry James has done a bunch of work on climate and culture, identifying 4 or 5 actually core factors, and I touched on a few of those. And he has done a number of surveys that give us some indication of prioritization. So I can pass along some of that literature as well as some of the things that I've done as well. There was a hint of some prioritization on the slides, which is at least the top one. The biggest impact from a culture standpoint is that direct supervisor that you're interacting with on a day-to-day basis. Top management support is great, and without it, it's very difficult to have good first-line supervisors. But for most folks in an organization, the person that they're interacting with on a day-to-day basis is going to carry the greatest weight with them. So your supervisor, if they're encouraging and supporting the kinds of goals that are necessary for that organization, that will have the biggest impact. And then the second one historically has been around performance management and performance appraisal. So if we're telling folks that we care about something, but we're not tying that to anything that is related to their promotion or their incentive structure, eventually that stuff just starts to go away. The rest of the things are all important, but from a lever standpoint, I would grab those 2 first. I think your comment about alignment with vision and mission is a very good one and critical. And I was a little rushed at the end because I didn't give myself enough time. But the top management support, we would have touched on that at least a little bit, which is, it's nice to have a first line supervisor that is telling us all the things that we need to have. But if the folks above them are not in line with the folks that we're interacting with on a more first line basis, that lack of alignment with mission means that it's not sustainable, and folks tend to leave and attrit out of the organization over time. So would have touched on it, but I think directly stating it is an important gap there. What was the last thing you wanted to say?
Well, this just may be a me question, not a you question, so sorry. But sometimes you're a mission-driven person, you're in this job, you want to be in this job.
Top-down
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, peers matter too. So I touched on it a little bit with, bad apples and rising stars. But if you have folks that are really good around you, so not only your first line supervisor, but we all work with great people next to us, and we know that that makes our job awesome, and we listen to them, and we do that at Insight. Like our job is great because of the people that are next to us, right, Aaron? Right
Exactly,
right.
by the way, we
Exactly,
sit next to
yeah.
each other.
So yeah, absolutely. And my students know this because I talk about this all the time, but I have high expectations for them to set the culture in the organization. So I expect them to influence their peers, and I'm talking to them about that, and they've taken that on. They're here and working hard and all those things. So absolutely, you can have more of a bottom up if folks are committed to it. Yeah.
Great. We have another question from, hi, Barbie, in the audience. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Abby Smith, Office of Intelligence and Analysis at DHS. I was kind of wondering, this is for Tin again, coming off of Aaron's original question. We know that, yes, mass casualty events happen at these kind of like pop-up events like concerts and festivals and things like that. Have there been any considerations like in your research looking at how some of these same security services or techniques could be applied to the places that we most frequently see mass casualty attacks, places like grocery stores, malls, things of that nature that are kind of long-standing, that can implement sort of a long-standing security posture instead of having this pop-up posture. But maybe there was a fly, but maybe some of the same like security considerations.
Yeah, I think a lot of the same principles apply. I think the thing that's maybe most unique to events is that, again, you're sort of planning for a specific time in a specific place. So you're a little bit limited in the scope of your work. But to your point, when it's a standing structure, there are certainly other things that folks can rely on that don't necessarily involve the use of people. So for example, oftentimes people will just have decoy cameras, or they'll just have someone wearing a vest standing in front of their grocery store. So there are some kind of slight measures that people can take to protect some of those venues. But I think it really, again, comes down to an understanding of what that threat landscape is in your local area. Oftentimes having conversations with law enforcement really, really helps with that. And then the other is just aligning all of those different security functions with all those different practices and tools. So I know a common theme across a lot of these presentations in the last couple days has been the tools that are given to people aren't necessarily useful unless they know how to use them, right, effectively. So just making sure that if there is a reporting system that people are using, that they're well trained on that, right? If there are approach behaviors that people should be looking out for, they need to be trained on that. And again, I think it requires all hands training if possible for all the folks that are involved, because ultimately, you can't really have too many security personnel staffed at your local grocery store. So you're going to need some other people that are trained on some of that stuff too, whether it's managers or whether it's frontline staff.
Thank you. We got another question?
Appreciate it. Kevin Peters again, DHS INA. Two questions, one hopefully quick for Tin to follow up on the last question, then one for Aaron and Joel. In terms of the events that we're talking about in your research, and I think I heard in the response to the last question, those are all around generally fixed locations. A lot of the other concerns we continue to have are around more dynamic parades. And in major urban areas where we have celebrations of the Celtics or championships, world-class police departments, lots of resources, but what about how could we apply your research to smaller communities? And I think really the concern is recently Chad and his team put out a jib about threats to pride events, parades, those things. Obviously in large major areas, they have lots of resources, but what about more smaller rural areas? How could we apply your research to events like that? And I have a follow-up question for Aaron and Joel as well.
Yeah, thanks for this. Whoops. Thanks for that question. It's a really good one and actually forecasts some of the work that we're going to be doing in the next year, following some multi-jurisdictional, multi-day events, one of which is moving. So one of the things that I think really benefits folks is just really understanding their vulnerabilities well, especially for some of those moving events. For example, obviously we had the Highland Park parade shooting. That's another high elevation shooter vulnerability that people weren't considering. So helping people figure out exactly what their vulnerabilities are and what areas or vantage points we need to restrict access to that are maybe outside the immediate perimeter of the event is really essential. And sometimes that requires building partnerships with all of the different local businesses that are around the area. One of the folks that we spoke to as part of our project for this previous year mentioned that he struggled to do some he struggled to complete a comprehensive vulnerability assessment in part because he didn't have the relationships necessary to, get on the roofs of buildings, which in some cases maybe is a good thing. But in others, you just don't necessarily know what happens when someone actually finds access there some way. So having, again, some of those private-public partnerships is really essential for some of those under-resourced areas because, you're small communities. So being tight-knit really improves your security posture because you know exactly who to talk to. And if you have any small concerns and you're doing your vulnerability assessment, then some of those people can actually support you with that process.
Great, thank you. And happy to take this offline with Aaron and Joel, but I've had the benefit of for years talking to you about this project. And with the integration of ChatGPT into the bots, one of the big things for the NSI that we remain very concerned that we always want to talk about when SAR is being analyzed and reviewed is the throwing away things that could be violating people's civil rights, civil liberties, and their privacy. With LLMs and other kinds of tools that are using AI in ways to integrate things, can you talk maybe a little bit about how, currently that's done by humans looking against whether it's the functional standards in the NSI or other kinds of review. A human in the loop has to be there to ensure that this is not being used to target a group, a person, potentially violate their privacy or civil rights. Can you talk about how the technology is working to help, or how does that integrate with the review of whether it's actual functional standard SAR or whatever we're talking about in terms of tips and leads coming in through this process?
There we go, mic's on again. That's a technical Joel question. Probably, or we can maybe offline. I'm not sure what's better.
Aaron, stay there on the mic. Keep your mic on. I have a question for you. And if you guys want to just connect offline, is that what we've decided? So Joel can answer that. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Melissa. Sorry.
Great panel. Thank you guys so much. Melissa Zisler from the DHS Enter Program Office. I had a couple quick questions. I know we're probably short on time, but for Amber, I was wondering, you mentioned kind of the non-US folks that do the proactive searches. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that and how they do that, and if they do have to take those privacy, civil rights, civil liberties into account when doing that. Because that's quite different than a lot of, how we operate here in the US. And then for Tin, I was wondering, in terms of like taking that human element into account, what Sam was talking about and how important that is with security, with the training aspect for some of these events, like is there like a standard that folks do for training on these types of events, or recommendation that you have as far as like what would be a good training gold standard? And are they training for like suspicious activity, and what does that look like?
So I'll take that one first. I don't know a huge amount of the details of this, but I'll talk about what I do know. So the unit that I was talking about that uses proactive searches is the Fixated Threat Assessment Centre in the UK that deals with threats to public figures, primarily the British royal family and politicians. And they have a system for proactive searches on police databases and an emerging strategy for social media. They are the UK's first joint health and police unit, and they're officially based in the police. So the beauty of that is that they've got access to all of the police database systems that they can search. In terms of the difficulties of data sharing in this multidisciplinary environment, a lot of what I found when doing the systematic review is there are obvious problems with sharing health data with police, that direction. But the way that they get around this most of the time is they share the other direction. So they'll share police and intelligence information with forensic psychiatrists so that they know the context and the severity of the threats that that individual's making, for example. So that seems to be the way they get around it. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't know too much more detail on that.
And to answer your question about training for some of these event security folks, I think having some kind of training for suspicious activity is obviously really important. Understanding the behavior side of things is probably the most important. I think, anyone who has worked in threat assessment knows that you don't want to just identify a person based on any surface level characteristics. You want to see things that are happening that are of concern. So training people to recognize what those signs are really, really useful. One of our local folks mentioned the importance of this just bomb surveillance training that he took through CISA, I think. And it actually allowed him to recognize signs of suspicious activity that they ended up catching someone before they caused any sort of harm at their event, which I thought was a pretty neat example. The other thing is that that's an individual level capability. We also need to have some kind of translation of that information to the group level or the unit level. And so people need to be also well trained on just what are all the roles and responsibilities on that team, which differs depending on who you talk to. So as long as those roles are clear and where information flow should be going is clear, having a good understanding of the suspicious activities and things to look out for are absolutely essential. So I mentioned the importance of those shared team task experiences. Really, it is just practicing and making sure you're comfortable with sharing that information when you do need to share it.
Okay, I think we're going to cut to break right now. Thank you so much for this panel. We're going to let you free for a few minutes, but please be back in your seats a little before 11. We will have session 7, Innovations in Measurement and Analysis, plus my burning Nebraska question. Clue, rural area question, factoid. And, you know, Omaha, you can look at Omaha with 500,000 people proper or the metro area with 1 million. We're like a big small city or a small big city. But this is one of the least populated places in our state, which is saying something. There are more cows than people in this county. I once ran a half marathon. That's kind of a humble brag, even though I threw up on a source right after because I had to interview him. And so this is the big town in the big county, most populous town in Cherry County. This is a town named after a saint, Seamus. Oh, he's not here. Seamus would get it in a heartbeat. And it's named after the saint is named after a holiday that we kind of love or we love to hate. Not, no. Meg McBride, Valentine, Nebraska. Meg, chase me down after so we can get your goodie bag here. Okay. Now we are into innovations in measurement and analysis for the study of terrorism. It is very important to have rigorous and creative methods for collecting and analyzing data. I'm very excited to introduce the presentations here. We have Michael Logan from Kennesaw State University, who PS was in Nebraska last year to talk about ag security. We have Matt Jensen from University of Oklahoma. He's going to talk about innovation in online behavior measurement threat assessment. And then bringing it up is going to be our own Matt Allen of Insight. He is an expert on measurement innovation at UNO. So without further ado, Michael, kick us off.
Thanks, Aaron. Again, yeah, Michael Logan. So I'm from Kennesaw State University. I'm a criminologist there. And today I'm going to talk about a project where we examined the scope of data sets on domestic terrorism and targeted violence, as well as spoke with Intel analysts about the needs data-related needs of data sets on terrorism and targeted violence, as well as how we can create more better, useful data sets for those needs. But before I begin, I'd like to thank DHS and Insight for their support for this project over the past 2 years. And I'd specifically like to thank DHS INA for their support and feedback on our project. Helping craft our project has been critical to making a better product, and really scoping our project, DHS INA has been very useful and helpful. So again, this project has two main objectives, and I'll talk through both of them. Objective one was to examine the scope of data sets on domestic terrorism and targeted violence. What we're looking for is, we know that since 2001, the research on these topics has grown immensely, and we know too the data sets available to us has grown alongside that. And what we want to do is create a repository of those available data sets for Intel analysts. And what we did was screen over 14,000 published articles related to domestic terrorism and targeted violence, and we narrowed those down to 97 data sets that we found. And I'll talk some more about what those look like, what they include, what they're focusing on, as well as some methodological characteristics. And you see there a hyperlink to our year one report. So if you want to see all 97 data sets that we've identified, that can be located in that report. The second objective for our project is we wanted to speak with Intel analysts. We know these data sets are being created. We know academics use them, but what we don't know is if they're being used by DHS analysts and to what extent. And more importantly, if they're not being used, how can we make these data sets better? What are the barriers to access for a lot of these data sets? Again, DHS and their partners are funding these data sets, and we know academics are using them, but are analysts using them? So what we did was create a needs and barriers survey that we distributed to partners in DHS and NCTC. And what I'll be talking about today is a survey that was completed by 12 individuals across DHS and NCTC, most of these using publicly available data sets at a weekly or daily level. So going to, again, objective one, where we're looking at the scope of available data sets, and we found 97 published after 2001, where domestic terrorism or targeted violence was a key outcome, and that had a data set involved. And this is a structured collection of data around a unique body of work. About 30% of the data sets that we found included both transnational and domestic attacks. These things like the Global Terrorism Database. Again, you could find attacks within the United States, but also international attacks as well. Next, about 34% focus just on domestic terrorism. So this is things like the extremist crime database. Only attacks or individuals unique to the United States, does not include international acts within that data set. And finally, 36% were focused on targeted violence. And this could be broken down into several categories. So within that 36, about 10% focused on school shootings, another 10% focused on mass shootings, and a 14% focused on other targeted violence. So this would be things like hate crimes, attacks on specific institutions, churches, abortion service providers, things of that nature. And then finally, within that 1% focused on what we defined as cyber threats, ideologically motivated cyber attacks. And I think this speaks to Gina's points about current gaps within the domestic terrorism and targeted violence space. We also looked at other broad methodological characteristics, so I'll break down 3 here that we focused on. One, we found that about 25% had a publicly available code book. Again, of these 97, I bet all of them have a available code book, but we couldn't find it. And I think that's a major issue that our project is going to be highlighting. It wasn't easy for us to access the code book, whether it's having to email the researcher or have to some other accessibility issue that prevented us from being able to access the code book related to that data set. Another 78% were free to use, and somewhat this is encouraging, and I'll tell you why I put free in air quotes, because yes, there was no cost involved, but that doesn't mean there weren't barriers to access. Again, this doesn't mean that the data set could just be downloaded and used right away. So while it is beneficial that there wasn't a cost involved in using the data set, we'll talk through more why saying it's free to use and available right away isn't really accurate, because there were many barriers associated with these data sets that Intel analysts spoke to us about. And finally, 40% were updated within the last 5 years. This is somewhat encouraging, as we see that most of these data sets are timely to some extent and have data published between 2018 and 2023. But the downside is if you restrict this time lag to a year or more, I mean, you see this number rapidly decrease. We don't see a lot of data sets that are regularly maintained and provide updates at a monthly or weekly level. So that really focuses on the 97 data sets we found for Objective 1. And again, I encourage you to look at our technical report and to find out more information about things we codified and the 97 data sets that we uncovered. Moving to Objective 2. So this again is the needs and barriers survey. We spoke with, provided a survey to 12 Intel analysts across DHS and NCTC. And one of the questions that we asked was, what are some data-related issues that are most problematic for you in your job? And we used 10-point Likert scales, ranging from, again, not problematic at all to highly problematic. And we gave them a battery of data-related issues, things like accessibility, cost, methodological transparency. And we found 4 categories that really emerged as being problems with publicly available data sets on domestic terrorism and targeted violence. The first being accessibility issues. There was major issues with barriers to access, waiting for approval, having to enter information and wait for approval from the data set developer to give you access. Do you have to email the researcher? If it's not easily find, if you can't easily find it online, do you have to email somebody to get access, right? That creates a lag or an accessibility issue. Or just not being able to find the data. You can find an article about it, but where is the actual data set and can it be used? Second was inconsistent or irregular updates. Again, data sets with long lag periods. They're not being updated regularly. There's a year or more lag between when the data is released. Again, they're not providing those timely updates, which Intel analysts are showing us that they really appreciate and need for their sort of work. Next, limited scope. So these are data sets that only focused on one ideology, one target type, or a singular event. Analysts want data sets that are more broad, comprehensive, that they might be able to narrow, but that researchers aren't specifically narrowing for their purposes. And finally, poor methodological transparency. And I think this speaks to the limited amount of code books we can find in those 97 data sets. That a lot of data sets had no code book, they had unclear definitions of domestic terrorism and targeted violence. Overall, we just couldn't find inclusion criteria. They were unable to find detail about the data and how the data set was constructed. So again, fulfilling objective one, identifying those data sets, we found 97, and we're categorizing them now based on a number of methodological items that we've gotten feedback from DHS and NCTC about. And then talking about the survey and those findings, how that's setting us up to inform researchers about how to create more useful data sets. So what are the implications here? Number one, researchers need to develop a data management plan that focuses on updating the data, providing those monthly or weekly updates, or providing accessible data. Again, does this mean it's free to use? Does this mean it's easy to download? Those are things that should be considered when creating data sets. And I think this is important for researchers. We go through all these decision makings about how to defining our data, what we're interested in, key variables, whether that's domestic terrorism or targeted violence. But we need to think about how it's accessible and useful to intel analysts. Again, they're the ones funding this data, and we need to consider their needs when crafting these data sets. Second, researchers could need to consider creating a data sheet or an executive summary or a research note about their data set. When it's crafted, just creating some short note about, again, what time frame does this cover? What is the inclusion criteria? This doesn't need to be something long, maybe just a one-pager. Researchers at Microsoft have been pushing this idea of data sheets for data sets that should correspond when any data set is published. And I think social sciences sort of lag in this area, but in the more technological fields, they are do a better job at providing those sort of data-related access points. And so I think it's key as we move forward in crafting these data sets on domestic terrorism and targeted violence, we need to create these data sheets, again, to provide easy-to-access information about how the data was constructed, and again, key decision points while creating that data set. And then finally, stakeholders. DHS should prioritize data sets that are useful to intel analysts. Again, if we're going to identify high-performing, useful data sets, then we need to allocate resources to those that are used. We need to maintain those data sets. If analysts are using them, we need to provide funds to keep those maintained, provide those updates, and make it accessible. If it's going to be free, we should, again, fund those data sets to researchers to be able to use. Again, data sets that meet the mark for analysts should be prioritized within this space. Thank you.
Okay. I hope you all can hear me. I can hear myself, so I take that as a good sign. My name is Matt Jensen. I'm from the University of Oklahoma, and it's a pleasure for me to be with you. I am joined here by a number of our team, and I just want to give a quick shout out. I think those that are PIs that work with Insight really benefit from the association that we all feel as PIs, but also from the teams and the collaborations that we've been able to establish. So here we have Aris, Boyra Lopez, Cecilia Gordon, and also Joe Stewart. They're graduate students at the University of Oklahoma. And I also want to give a shout out to my co-PIs, Shane Connolly and Hairong Song. What I'm going to be talking about today is the culmination of a lot of years of work. And so we're coming up on the 4th year of our project working with Insight, and we've been studying online extremism and the rhetoric that online groups engage in to solidify support, recruit members, and mobilize toward offline activities, in many cases violence. But my purpose here today is to talk a little bit about the methods that we use. And so if you want findings, if you want some of the conclusions that we've been working on, I'll be happy to talk with you about those. We've published a lot of reports and conference papers and other publications. And we actually have a couple of posters out right outside this room. So I'd invite your attention there. But for the purpose of this presentation, I want to talk about methods. And I want to set this up in the context of our study. And so our overall goal, I think, is a goal that we all share, and that is, detecting and disrupting threats, right? Making sure that the public is safe, and making sure that the Department of Homeland Security and other stakeholders can fulfill their mission to safeguard citizens. And the problem that we have identified and that we focus all of our attention on has to do with ideological groups. And as they mobilize toward violence, as they use things like identities and issues, and even the promotion of violence through their rhetoric, how this increases commitment to extremism and also mobilizes toward violence. But this turns out to be a very difficult topic to study. And the reason for the difficulty is nuanced and I think multi-pronged. What we want to do, right, is we want to establish understanding and understanding specifically around those things that precipitate or contribute to the violence that we observe in offline circumstances. Okay, so that's kind of our goal. So to accomplish this goal, right, we have numerous methods that exist, but each has its benefits and its drawbacks. And I just want to talk for a minute about some of these things. A lot of this is not going to be new for many in this room. But I think it's important for all of us to kind of be on the same page about what the weaknesses and benefits are of different methods of inquiry so that we can understand exactly what we know and why we know it, okay? Also, I think it's also relevant, and I guess I point this out as a way of kind of hooking back in with some conversation and some discussion that took place in the last panel yesterday. There was a question about the importance of theory, right, and what theory can provide. And I want to come back to that because when we talk about how we know things, this is intimately connected with the discussion of theory, right? And the utility that theory gives us in making predictions about what we think is going to happen in a certain circumstance. Because the value of theory is prediction, okay? And prediction in similar circumstances to what we've already experienced, but also in novel circumstances. So how do we know what we know? How do we build theory? There are a couple of different ways. And this, I acknowledge, is a gross simplification, but I think it illustrates the point because we have a couple of trade-offs that we have to make when we engage in inquiry and when we advance theory. So when we engage in theory development or in extending what we know about a certain phenomenon, we can collect data and draw conclusions a number of different ways. The first is probably going to be observational. And in our context, this is what we often do. So for example, when we examine online rhetoric, what we do is we monitor extremist groups and pay attention to what they say, okay? So we call this the analysis of trace data. We go out to social media, we go out to their own web properties, we look at platforms that they own, and we examine the rhetoric that's out there. So this has a number of benefits. Probably the first benefit is that, you know, this is actual behavior that members of these groups are actually engaging in. The problem, though, is that when we try to draw associations or conclusions about what this data tell us, we're limited. Okay, we can see what the groups are doing. We can see that these things co-occur with other phenomena that we're very interested in. For example, offline violence or mobilization toward violence. But that's the limit of the conclusions that we can draw, right? So we're limited by association. It's not necessarily cause and effect. As we continue down, though, we have some other tools available to us. We can engage in interviews, we can engage in surveys, we can engage in case studies, we can explore the deep contextual understanding that we need to really probe a phenomenon. We have participated in some of this ourselves, where we've gone out and interviewed individuals who pay attention to and study extreme online groups. And this carries with it a number of benefits, right? We have deep contextual understanding and by the actual participants in the phenomenon that we're studying. But there are also some drawbacks, right? Gaining access to these individuals tends to be extremely difficult. There aren't too many members of online extremist groups that want to talk to the people at University of Oklahoma about what they're doing and why they're doing it, especially if they engage in violence. We also have some bias, right? Where we are limited in the perspectives that they give us. But In addition to that, we also have problems around generalizability. So how well does something generalize from one particular context to another? So if we're talking to a specific online group or to a specific group of people who are monitoring online behavior and rhetoric, how well does that generalize to other phenomena, other contexts? Now, finally, we have experiments. And this is something that I have a lot of background in, something that I pay particular close attention to. I think there's a lot of elegance that comes from experiments. We conduct experiments in our own group. And a typical example of this would be a traditional randomized controlled experiment that we would perform in a lab. There are other examples. Field experiments are certainly in this category, as are natural experiments. And one of the core benefits of performing experiments is the ability to establish causality. We can say, on the basis of randomization and control, this thing causes something else. Okay. Now, with that benefit comes a bunch of drawbacks, and this is something that we're also intimately familiar with. First is realism, right? When we talk about online or extremism, online extremism, there's a limit to the realism that we can recreate inside of the lab. Getting access to the people that we're really interested in studying also poses a problem for us. And one of the other things, we also have, federal regulations that determine protections that human subjects should enjoy in this country. And so, exposing them to really heinous kinds of online rhetoric is not something that we do, even though this kind of rhetoric exists in the real world. So these are important drawbacks that we face when we think about drawing conclusions and choosing methods to draw those conclusions and establishing understanding around online extremism. Now, one of the things that we've done is tried to combine these different techniques in a way that compensates for the weaknesses of an individual method of inquiry. And so we've adopted a mixed methods approach. And our mixed method approach, at least the one that we've been using for the last 4 years, combines observational data collection with experiments. Now, the benefit of this is that obviously we combine strengths, right? We can see what's actually going on, and we can test that in a controlled environment in the lab. However, mixed methods also have drawbacks, right? You don't get anything for free. And it's important to be truthful and upfront about what those drawbacks are. The first drawback is that it's slow, right? It just takes time to do. Understanding what's going on in real life, studying trace data, bringing that over, recreating as much as we're able in the lab, and then running experiments, having subjects go through those experiments, it just takes time. The other drawback, though, that we see from mixed methods is the diversity of skills that are required. And this is something that I think other PIs in this group probably struggle with also, combining teams, creating teams that are going to be sufficiently skilled to be able to answer the questions that you have, right? So in our team, for example, we have IO psychology represented. We have machine learning and data analytics that's represented. We have organizational expertise. We have data modelers. And we've had a number of different graduate students that have come on and off that have provided a whole bunch of ad hoc skills that we've needed. And engaging in this has been able to support our mixed method approach. Now, I want to talk for just a minute about some of the fruits that have come out of this mixed method approach. This is kind of the path that we've followed in our own inquiry. I mentioned before that we've engaged in observational data collection. What that usually entails is gathering and manually labeling huge data corpuses. So we gather these from online platforms. We apply all kinds of automated analyses to understanding, what the rhetoric is telling us, the different camps and factions that exist in the discourse, and what the discourse is ultimately building toward. We apply all different kinds of machine learning and AI tools to this study. But then we bring these phenomena into the lab and dissect them in a way that allows us to say, this particular aspect of rhetoric is going to cause this in observers. So that's been our approach. Let me give you just a couple of examples of some of the findings, and then I'll be done. So first is the incidence of multivocality in messaging. And so this is something that we see commonly with commercial entities, especially in their marketing efforts. But this was something that we observed that extremist groups online are doing. They talk in different terms, using different strategies to different segments of their audiences across different platforms. And so we brought this phenomenon into the lab and we discovered, you know what? Customized messages are clearly superior in a couple of different ways. They're recalled better, they're easier to disseminate, and these things gain traction. The problem, though, is that this has detrimental effects for credibility. Another example that we saw has to do with moral disengagement. And so these are tactics that numerous extremist groups engage in, where they try to justify their own extremist positions. And so we noticed through our observation the use of moral disengagement. And so we brought moral disengagement into the lab insofar as we were able, subject to human subjects protections, and systematically studied what the effects of moral disengagement were. And one of the things that we saw was the use of moral disengagement, but also calling out and potentially countering moral disengagement promoted polarization among the participants in our study. Those that were sympathetic to the cause became more sympathetic. Those that were not became even more so. So those are two examples of what we saw. And I guess I offer that to you as kind of the fruits of a multi-method study and a multi-method area of inquiry. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Really excited to be here and to be on the stage with this distinguished panel. So my name is Matt Allen, and as Aaron mentioned at the beginning, I'm at Insight. I'm the head of measurement innovation, and I'm also a professor in the College of Business Administration here at UNO. So let me jump right into my talk here. So what are we going to be covering today? As we saw from the last panel, a lot has been written about locally based TBTP types of programs and some of the limitations with that research. There's been lots of calls for better evaluation of these types of programs. So what I'm going to be doing today is taking a step back and kind of asking the question, what are we missing? So from a big picture perspective, what are the things that we need to be thinking about that we're not when it comes to evaluating the efficacy of TBTP programs? So I'm going to talk about 4 opportunities that I see in this area, and those are listed above, and I'll talk about them in a little bit more detail. But first, some background. So Insight over the last few years has undertaken some research and several efforts around the evaluation of TBTP programs. In 2022, we wrote a memo to the House Committee on Homeland Security on the state of science in TBTP efforts. And then currently we have several streams of work and contracts to evaluate DHS-funded TBTP efforts in support of the Evidence Act. So we have a lot of evaluation work going on here. And as part of that, we've reviewed hundreds of articles systematically, and we also reviewed 17 evaluation toolkits. So what are those? So evaluation toolkits, we have identified 17 toolkits online in different places that are meant to help practitioners or help policymakers or help program evaluators to evaluate TBTP programs specifically. So there's 17 of those out there. And we have a separate paper that I can share for anybody that wants the details of that study. But the point I want to make here when we were reviewing those evaluation toolkits and reviewing all those articles is if you look at what we define as success. What does success actually mean? There are literally hundreds of different metrics that are used, that are included in those toolkits, or they are in different studies, different ways of measuring things. So even if you are measurement inclined or you have a measurement background, it'd be very hard to say, what are the things that I should be paying attention to? What are the things that I should care about when I'm thinking about evaluating this program of inquiry? And so that led us to ask the question, what are we missing? So let's take a step back from some of the day-to-day work that we're doing. I'm going to mention that even though these are some kind of high-level thoughts, and I'm not going to be presenting results today, there are a lot of people that I've been working with over the years that have definitely informed this. I'll give a shout out to Andrea Walker. She's in the back there, who for the last 2 years, we've had conversations about this topic, and that's really inspired some of the content of this presentation here. So let me get into the 4 opportunities that I see here. The first opportunity, addressing the criterion problem. What do I mean by that? There is a classic study in the organizational sciences called the criterion problem. And that criterion problem is really recognizing 2 things. Number 1 is that we need to systematically study the dependent variable that we want to predict or we want to change. It should be an area of inquiry of its own. We need to focus on that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is recognizing that that's not an easy thing to do. So again, this term, the criterion problem, comes from organizational sciences. And, so for example, if you're trying to build knowledge about what makes people more productive or increases well-being within an organization, recognizing that there's a lot of complexity there. There's different jobs. There's different jobs like sales jobs or managerial jobs or whatever it is. And so how do we build knowledge that cuts across all those different domains or all those different situations? There's different organizations. They're in different geographical locations. So it's recognizing that we need to laser focus and do systematic work to actually define what the quote unquote criterion space is, basically your dependent variables. So how was this addressed in the organizational sciences, and what does this mean for measuring prevention programming? So the first thing that came out of this was an emphasis on behaviors. Okay, so behavioral models. So what is it? It's when there is some kind of intervention or something that you're doing, we're not focusing. Attitudes can be something, beliefs, those are things that we would focus on. We also might care about, organizational performance and, what this intervention means for organizational performance. But the key thing that a lot of these interventions are focused on is behavior, what people can do and what they will do differently after the intervention, before the intervention and then after the intervention. Okay, so what this led to was a lot of taxonomic work on these behaviors and how they should be clustered together, okay, and how we treat them together. The second thing is identifying core contextual dependencies. So what do I mean by that? What I mean is that there are certain components or certain things that you can measure in the organization that have a lot of effect on whether an intervention works for different types of populations. So in organizations, for example, more complex jobs that are more cognitively demanding, those have different interventions than ones that are less cognitively demanding. Okay, so it identifies those core contextual dependencies. So what's the point that I'm trying to make here? When we see recommendations for locally based TVTP programs, there's often the recommendation that those programs should be localized, that it should be built to the local context. Yes, but if we're changing both the intervention and we're changing the dependent variable, how we measure it, then it's very hard to build a corpus of knowledge. Okay, we have to fix one of those a little bit more, or be at least have a shared understanding of one side of that equation in order to start building knowledge. So that's where working on the criterion problem solves. Stated another way is the outcomes we should be thinking about. What do we want to achieve? What does success look like? And have that drive the programming. The natural inclination is to say, I have this program or we have this intervention. How do we evaluate that program? But we should be thinking about what do we want to achieve and then work backwards from there. So that's the first opportunity that I see, is working on the criterion problem. And that's a thing that we can work on systematically. Second, opportunity, robust measurement methods. So Dr. Bader gave a great, I think he's in the back there, I saw him earlier. Dr. Bader gave a great presentation yesterday on the importance of measurement and the importance of, being very deliberate in the choice and how you measure things and how you assess things. Because he gave that presentation yesterday about different measurement methods meant that we couldn't really understand the phenomena that we're actually trying to study here. So we need to be really deliberate about that. So the other point I want to make is when we're thinking about TVTP types of programs, these locally based prevention programs, we're often relying on short-term outcomes for evaluation. So what do I mean by that? You have an intervention, and the best opportunity to collect information about the efficacy of it is right after. Maybe it's within a few days, maybe it's directly after. So we're relying on these short-term outcome measures. And sometimes we can collect data later on and longitudinally, but oftentimes, especially in applied settings, we can't, or it's very difficult to do. So we want to make sure if we have these short-term outcome measures that these be really, really good, that these be really good measures that we can rely on to help inform these different programs. So it's critical that these instruments, and I've got a few bullet points up there, capture the complexity of the behavior being measured. So if you're trying to measure whether somebody's behavior is going to change or if they have knowledge about something within a complex domain, or within a complex system, like out in their communities, you have to have complexity in the way that you measure that as well. We need to account for socially desirable responding. A lot of survey-based methods, if we're asking people directly, especially if it's something that's done right after an intervention, they may want to say something to sort of please the people who are conducting that intervention. So we have to be cognizant of that. And then third, we want something that will predict longer term the longer term outcomes of interest. So, and I'm going to give an example question here, just an example of one of these more complex items. This is called a situational judgment test, and this is an item for assessing resilience, individual resilience. It's published in the citation that's up there. What I want to point out is that this scenario has, you can convey more complex scenarios in here, okay? So we can have a lot of complexity in the scenarios, and we can also have complexity in the response options where there aren't as many easy answers. And the way that the scoring is done is it can be like sort of gradations of effectiveness of each one of the options there. And because it's still a forced choice type of measure, we are able to, it can scale up a wider range. So while this is a question about resilience, you can easily see how this might apply to, for example, scenarios about somebody exhibiting behaviors of concern, what you would do in those situations. And so building measures along those lines. Third opportunity, creatively building control into programming. I did not realize that Matt's presentation would tee this point up as well as it does. So thank you, Matt, for unintentionally helping me here. But when we're working in an applied context, it can be very difficult to determine causation. And so oftentimes what's recommended in these and what we do in these situations to start inferring causation is to collect baseline information. So for example, maybe you have an outreach campaign and you assess how knowledgeable people are about something, and then you measure how knowledgeable they are or how aware they are of something right after that, right? So you have kind of that pre-post test. But there are other ways that we can help increase the causal inference within those studies. So so oftentimes when we think about whether there's causation, we think about it as a yes/no kind of thing. Yes, it inferred causation, or no, it didn't infer causation. But it's actually a gradation. We can collect additional or design things to get a stronger inference of causation. And so there's a lot of different ways that we can build control into this. I'm going to just give one example here, but imagine that you're doing that same outreach campaign. You do the pre-test, you do the post-test, but in the pre-test and in the post-test, you include things that were not part of the outreach campaign, right? So you include things, these are called non-equivalent dependent variables, right? And so what you should see if your outreach campaign is the thing that's actually, causing or actually what drove people's changes in opinions, what you should see is that the thing that was part of your outreach campaign should go up, but the other things may stay flat or would stay the same, okay? And that's another way where we can add some causal inference. These are called quasi-experimental designs. The reason it tees up on Matt's is because it's the one area that he did not mention in there. So So thank you, Matt, for, no, you're good. Okay, the fourth one. Rather than going through what I have on this slide, I'm going to just convey a conversation that I had with Meg last night, Meg McBride. So she's doing a program evaluation study right now, and it was kind of a complex design and small n. They had a lot of issues. What she did is she went to other people in her organization who were doing evaluations in other domains and asked them, "Hey, how would you tackle this problem?" And not nobody had like a silver bullet kind of answer to it. But Meg was able to pick and choose, some of the insights from the different places and start applying it to the context that she had. So the point that I want to make here is that TVTP is inherently interdisciplinary. When we think about the interventions, that's interdisciplinary, but we can also be interdisciplinary in how we measure it. A lot of the problems that we face in TVTP, like low base rates, complex systems, these are faced in other domains, okay? We can learn a lot from other domains and other disciplines that face similar issues, so we need to be deliberate about going out and reaching out to those experts. So I am over time, so I'm just gonna end here by again acknowledging the research team and where do we go from here. I'll just focus on this first bullet point, which is focused research on the dependent variables, on the criterion space. Okay, so that we need to have some deliberate effort towards that, how we define success, and then we'll be able to really start building knowledge in these TVTP programs. Thank you.
Okay, so the question answer portion of this, I'm going to ask you to take in person before we dismiss, during the lunch hour that we're about to have. I'm going to ask you to reach out to them, but let's just first give a shout out because I will tell you what never goes in a newspaper headline, non-equivalent dependent variable, okay? We reporters don't care about that. So much of research can boil down to the what. And this conference has been about sharing the what. And the what is very important, and the what makes newspaper headlines, but the how. And this panel is about the how, and about how words matter, and math matters, and non-equivalent dependent variables really matter. And it's not the sexy stuff. And it's not the kind of thing that's going to get you an interview on CNN, but boy, howdy, the what depends on the how. And if you want people who are very skeptical of science these days to believe the what, the how really matters. So I deeply appreciate this panel. I hope you do too. I'm going to ask that you be back at 5 to 1 because we have Nick Rasmussen here. Yay, Nick made it. He got to have a planes, trains, and automobiles overnight in Chicago. So like everyone else, he wasn't immune to weather delays. So please be back in time to hear from him. And meanwhile, bon appetit. Right. No, I'm sorry. Oh. That would have been good. Nick, I'll say it. Thank you. Yes. All right, folks, let's take our seats. Got a big treat for you. So when I was asking Reverend Dr. Mr. Legault how I could introduce our next speaker, he said, "Get a pen." And it's really true because we have one of the biggest influences and leading minds in understanding counterterrorism and national security in Nick Rasmussen. We're so lucky that he is here to share these words with us. He has served under 4 different presidential administrations. He led the NCTC. He was out working at the global, sorry, I'm going to botch that, Nick, but anyway, he has had a wonderful resume in national security. We're so lucky to have him. You don't need to hear from me. I'd like to spend our time with him, and then you get to ask some questions. So we will do a Q&A with him. So please be thinking of what you would like him to answer. Without further ado, Nick, please come up. Thank you.
So thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Gina. And thank you to the entire Insight team here in Omaha for the invitation to be here this week. As Gina knows, it's a long overdue visit for me. This was something I'd been intending to do at a much earlier stage of my time at DHS and just simply hadn't found the time. And I'm glad this event created that opportunity. It's especially good to be outside DC and to be among so many scholars and practitioners whose work I have admired and relied upon across the many years that I've been involved with counterterrorism in my current role at DHS, but also in the several other CT-related jobs I've held, of which there seem to have been too many. When I hear keynote speech at a conference I'm attending, I usually get a little bit of a shiver, thinking somebody's going to talk at me for a long period of time, and that is certainly not my intention today. I want to get to the point where this is also a conversation. I don't want to be talking at you. There's so much knowledge and experience and understanding in this room. I'd rather be talking with you. So I'm going to offer some observations, but then hopefully move to a place where we can get to the Q&A. But before jumping in on the substance, and I'm going to say this without her here because she had to depart a bit early, I wanted to do a little bit of tribute paying to Martha Crenshaw. I've said it publicly before, but I'll say it what I thought was going to be in her presence, but she said she's going to watch the video later. No syllabus that aims to teach anybody about CT or about terrorism would be complete without her writings being covered in weeks 1, 2, or 3. And I know that because I've assigned those readings in courses I've taught as adjuncts or along the way. And so it remains true no matter how dated those writings may be, they are as relevant, as fresh, and as impactful as they ever were. For most of you, you likely associate Dr. Crenshaw with her Stanford professorship and her current academic home. But for me, that's not how I think about her at all. For me, she will always be the rock star professor of government in what was a rock star filled Department of Government at Wesleyan University in Middletown, Connecticut, which is my alma mater. almost 40 years ago, when I was an undergraduate at Wesleyan, she was already the foremost scholar in the field that we're all here to talk about today. And she sat among a distinguished group of government department colleagues that motivated me to pursue a career in public service. Names that I'll just rattle off now that don't mean anything to you, but who were her colleagues in that government department. Robert Wood, a former Secretary of Health and Human Services, Brian Fay, Donald Moon. Again, names that don't resonate with you, but I know Professor Crenshaw knows exactly of what I speak. And I didn't back then have enough foresight as an undergraduate, 19, 20, 21 years old, to know where I would go with my career and how much of that career would end up being focused on this terrorism set of issues. But even on campus back then, I think the students that she had knew they were being exposed to world-class teaching and world-class scholarship on political violence and on terrorism. So to know that Martha is still part of the Insight team and is actively engaged in contributing and shaping that work is hugely rewarding to me personally. I want briefly to talk about three things, and as I said, get to some Q&A. First, the threat. I'll come back to that in a minute, but what I really want to do is unpack where I think we stand at the present with a special focus on the homeland. Second, I want to talk a bit about the toolkit that we have at our disposal to manage our counterterrorism challenges and to do what we try to do, which is to mitigate and manage risk. That's a phrase I end up using again and again and again these days, is mitigating and managing risk, buy down risk. Because there's no way for us to work our way out of the terrorism set of challenges we have, but we can sensibly manage and mitigate risk. And that's what I find is a useful way for us to frame much of what we are doing at present. And third, I want to spend a few minutes talking about the workforce that carries out terrorism and counterterrorism related work and ends up carrying the load in all of this work on our behalf. And I'll try to do all of that in about 20 or 30 minutes, and then, as I said, leave as much time for conversation. The threat. I used to have this responsibility to do this all the time as director of NCTC, and I was often called upon to articulate either in a classified or an unclassified setting the details of the threat environment and to try to make sense of what we should be worried about and most worried about. And it seemed at every phase of my counterterrorism career, we would say, and we'd say this with genuine conviction and honesty, it's harder now today, here in this moment, than it's ever been before. We face more challenges, harder challenges. And I'm not going to disappoint you, I still kind of feel that way. Despite the fact that we've had enormous counterterrorism successes that have inflicted significant degradation on some of our most lethal terrorist adversaries, the homeland threat that we're facing today somehow seems more challenging, more complex, and more complicated than it's ever been. We continue to face real challenges with homegrown violent extremists, HVEs, who form some version of a virtual connection to a foreign terrorist organization, to that group's narrative, to its worldview, to its set of political objectives. And then those individuals end up associating themselves to that group in a way that ultimately can lead to a terrorist act. And even as we get focused on other forms of terrorism here in the United States, like the DT version, HVEs still make up a large and very significant share of our threat profile here in the United States. I suspect if Director Wray were here from FBI, he'd affirm that the Bureau's HVE caseload reflects that and validates that point, even if we don't read about it as much in the news as we may have a few years ago. And then, of course, intermittently, but still not infrequently, we actually do see this in the news when arrests and prosecutions of HVE cases do pop into the news. Most recently, that happened in April when the Department of Justice charged an 18-year-old young man with material support to terrorism based on his intention to acquire weapons and carry out attacks in support of ISIS. Now, if you layer on top of that HVE threat the growing problem of domestic violent extremism and domestic terrorism, it only adds to our challenges. And to be honest, when I re-entered government after a period away about 18 months ago at DHS, I expected that I'd be spending the vast majority of my time focused on DT things, DVE things. That's the problem set I thought I was coming back in to handle in a most hands-on way. It certainly felt like that was going to be job one for me as the DHS counterterrorism coordinator. The DVE threat, and particularly the part of that threat that ties to racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, or REMVs, continues to grow in scope and scale, and unfortunately, lethality. And events in Israel and Gaza only exacerbated that threat picture, with both the Jewish and Muslim American communities being at greater risk today of suffering attacks against their communities than they were before October 7th. And I don't need to tell this audience this, but I'll say it anyway. The toxic political environment in which we live as Americans right now, and the existentialist ways in which voices in our public square frame our politics in not only zero-sum terms, but the worst kind of zero-sum terms, all of that leaves us far more vulnerable than ever to targeted violence here, motivated by sets of different extreme political beliefs. And as both Americans and our foreign partners know, the United States is somewhat unique in the way we categorize and distinguish between so-called international terrorism and so-called domestic terrorism. We're unique in the way we talk about it that way. Most countries don't do that. In our case, though, I think it somehow ends up making some sense, even though I've argued that at different ways at different times. Because in the end, when you start thinking about toolkits and possible CT approaches to deal with our terrorism challenges, there is something that feels quite unique and different in the way we deal or have to deal with the DVE problem set as compared to other problem sets that we have. And that's something we can talk about in the Q&A a little bit later. Lastly, on the threat front, I want to highlight something that I definitely didn't anticipate when I joined DHS almost 20 months ago. And that is the way in which global migration patterns are putting pressure on our homeland security apparatus in a way that it intersects with our counterterrorism work. Most Americans by now are, of course, very familiar with the challenges that we face as a country in managing the flow of migrants to our southwest border. My secretary, my boss, Alejandro Mayorkas, has time and again made the case that our immigration system is fundamentally broken and requires far-reaching reform, legislative reform, not to mention a large infusion of additional resources to support the work that goes on at the border every day. And part of that challenge right now, a big part of that challenge right now, is also the diversity of the migrant population arriving at our borders. This is not in any way, shape, or form a problem of the Western Hemisphere. It's a global migration problem, with migrants from literally every corner of the world, including from most conflict zones around the world, showing up and arriving on our shores. DHS, of course, employs rigorous screening and vetting of those arriving migrants to try and identify any individual who may present a terrorism-related threat to the homeland. That work is done 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, by dedicated border security personnel, but also backed up by a large intelligence and law enforcement apparatus that exists to help them do that work. And those colleagues are doing everything they can to make sure that we can identify, that we have the latest and most updated information that would allow us to identify individuals who may pose a threat. And even in the midst of all of that work, we find ourselves facing a situation in which individual migrants or travelers do arrive here. We have no derogatory information available to us that would indicate any terrorism or public safety related concern. And then we subsequently learn that an individual who has entered the US does in fact pose some form of potential threat. Now, when that happens, we work quite effectively and quite closely with the FBI and local law enforcement around the country to deal with and mitigate that threat. That coordination is really, really quite good and was on display most recently during a set of highly publicized arrests of Central Asian individuals where the Department of Homeland Security and FBI work hand in glove to carry out those law enforcement operations. But our work in this area would be so much more manageable, so much more achievable if we could identify those threats with good information when those threatening individuals were far, far, far away from our shore, before they had even embarked on a journey to the Western Hemisphere, and if they could be prevented from even traveling to our hemisphere in the first place. I could go on longer about this set of border issues, but suffice to say the relatively recent convergence of our migration problems on the one hand and our homeland terrorism concerns on the other hand has created new challenges that place more pressure on our law enforcement and intelligence authorities. Our CT community, I say this selfishly, I believe is the best in the world, but new and novel challenges, I would argue, are not something we need right now. So where does Insight and Insight's research agenda fit into this threat landscape that I've just described? With a threat landscape that's this dynamic, this challenging, this subject to rapid fire change based on socio-political developments both here and abroad, we simply must have the research community's help in staying on top of that evolving picture. We're today a CT community of finite resources, not something I ever thought I would say in the post 9/11 environment, but it's really true. I often talk about one of my successors at NCTC, Christy Abizaid, as being the first NCTC director who has ever had to deal with a declining resource picture, and how much more of a challenge that put on her and her leadership team than anything I faced as director. We must make choices and deal most urgently with the most threatening things on our worry list. We can't treat every region, every problem as a top-tier priority. We don't have that luxury. Scholars and researchers in this room and who are part of the Insight effort help us make those prioritization decisions and help us distinguish between the most urgent and the only slightly less urgent of our terrorism problems. Now, coming from inside the government, I trust and value the intelligence community's central role in that process. We're always going to rely on our intelligence community, their unique and privileged access to information to help us reach those judgments. But I would argue that the community of academics and CT scholars has become an equal partner to the IC in helping government understand the threat and to help us buy down some measure of the risk that we face. So that's the threat environment. Let me talk a bit about part two, the toolkit. Here also, we're going to be reliant on the Insight community and the global community of scholars and practitioners to help us fashion innovative strategies and capabilities to mitigate the new forms of threat that we face. And I can think of a couple of specific ways in which research and scholarship can help bolster our toolkit. First, with respect to new technologies and their impact on the CT environment. Not a day goes by right now that I or my colleagues don't somehow think about different sides of this technology coin. In the first instance, we're thinking about how our terrorist adversaries are using and making use of new technologies, and particularly artificial intelligence capabilities that are widely available, not expensive, and growing ever more ubiquitous and available to our terrorist adversaries as they advance their work. Of course, the other side of that coin, we ask ourselves, how can we harness those same capabilities to make more effective and more efficient use of the data that we have available to us, and to make sure that we stay ahead of that threat picture. Again, my boss, Secretary Mayorkas, had the foresight to create an AI task force at DHS, led by one of our most creative and innovative DHS leaders, Eric Heisen. And he created that task force because we need it. This is a terribly uncomfortable place for us to be, I would argue. As the United States, we always assume that we own and have the technological upper hand over our adversaries, that the asymmetry between nation state and subnational actor always leaves us with at least that advantage, the technological advantage. And it doesn't feel that way right now, at least not to me. And I would hope that Insight and the scholarly community could help us restore that sense of technological advantage that we're used to enjoying in any sort of conflict we may face in the future. The other toolkit-related issue that I wanted briefly to touch upon involves the work we do aimed at preventing targeted violence or terrorism from even happening. Again, because I've had a long career across a number of different jobs I've been a part of, or at least on the margins of prevention work from its earliest days in our counterterrorism community. That's what happens when you stick around too long. I think we've learned lots of lessons about what works and what doesn't seem to work in terms of engaging with communities and engaging with at-risk populations to help lower the risk that members of those communities might become radicalized and engage in some form of targeted violence. But a strategy of trial and error and simply learning by doing over time hardly seems sufficient to what we are doing. And it imposes costs when we get things wrong or take wrong turns. The research being done under Insight auspices, and some of it was talked about right in the conversation we had just before lunchtime today, that research being done by Insight, for example, related to behavioral threat assessments or how to create effective engagement strategies or off-ramping pathways, it's extremely critical to what we do at DHS. I suspect many of you in this room, most of you in this room will know Bill Braniff, Dr. Bill Braniff, my friend and colleague who heads up our prevention work at DHS. Bill and I talk pretty much every day, often multiple times a day. And I know from speaking to Bill that accelerating the research underway to support prevention work, and especially that research that underpins our evolving public health informed approach to prevention, remains among our most urgent priorities. We need data-driven analysis to validate or equally important, to invalidate the new and novel approaches that are being talked about, tried, and tested in the prevention space. I probably feel more sense of urgency around this set of issues than any other because I feel the same pressure that Bill does. And again, we talk about it nearly every day. The prevention work that we do must not only be shown to be effective by the kind of analysis I described a minute ago, it must also be able to survive contact with all of the critics who are out there who would question our motives, question our intentions, and politicize the work that we are doing. And in this environment, this prevention work must also be scalable in that resource-constrained environment I mentioned a minute ago. So those of you in the room today who are focused on this set of topics, the subset of the overall set of topics that Insight covers, should know that your work will be key to helping us make the right choices, winning the arguments that we need to win that will allow us to improve prevention outcomes and scale programs to meet the need that we have. So just yesterday, one of the reasons I didn't come yesterday earlier in the conference was that I wanted to stay in Washington and attend the finals of the Student Competition Event to Prevent, which is funded by the TVTP program, as most of you know. Watching students figure out over the course of a semester for credit how to build effective prevention campaigns on a very micro level inside their own university, college, or high school communities is about as energizing and inspiring as it gets when you watch those student presentations. But it also makes clear that we as a community need to do even more to innovate and understand what works and what doesn't work in this prevention space. The needs in the prevention space are urgent and they're acute, and we need the work of scholars like those associated with Insight to sharpen our approaches, prove the value of our prevention toolkit, help us innovate, and help us fend off critics. It's that important. Lastly, the question of workforce resilience and development. I'll only make two brief points here. First, the obvious point that everyone in this room understands, and I know it's on the agenda for conversation this week, terrorism-related work and counterterrorism-related work imposes costs on those who do it. It's deeply stressful, and it puts burdens on those who do it that other disciplines simply don't, especially on those who work the most closely and the most directly with the horrific content that permeates this ecosystem, and those who are exposed to the consequences of terrorist attacks. But even those who aren't swimming in that content live in a world where the mission that we're all involved with, is perceived as no fail with literally no margin for error. That imposes its own stress and its own mental toll. This simply isn't the case for most professional fields of endeavor or even most government fields of endeavor. With that as our lot in life, though, as counterterrorism professionals, we simply must develop strategies to care for and contribute to the resilience of our respective workforces and indeed all of our colleagues across the CT enterprise. And this is not only a government thing, I know that. During the few years that I was outside government, when I was heading up the GIFCT, the Global Internet Forum to Counterterrorism, we devoted a lot of time and energy to thinking about how to protect people in the space who are engaged in the online work that keeps us safe. Research and scholarship will help us develop better and more effective ways of keeping our workforces safe, healthy, and feeling good about the work that they are doing. It's not enough simply to say, take a break for a few days and then to assume that everything is all right. And I know I would benefit from state-of-the-art research on how to manage the potential trauma and harm that is the inevitable byproduct of our work. I worried about it with my NCTC workforce, many of whom were viewing ISIS hostage videos or other horrific forms of terrorism content. And I worry about it with my DHS colleagues who work in that same no-fail environment where anything that slips through could be seen as the thing that results in an attack. So thank you to all of you who are contributing to this effort to bolster the resilience and health of the CT community. Lastly, from a workforce perspective, I worry about knowledge preservation and knowledge transfer to a newly arriving cadre of CT professionals, whether that's in academia or in government. The huge good news, in my mind, is that the pool of young people who want to join the community of CT and targeted violence professionals seems to me to be as deep, passionate, and talented as it has ever been. There's no lack of good people who want to join in this work. Applications at DHS, applications at NCTC, applications at GIFCT, everywhere I've worked, talent is in abundance because people are drawn to this work. But for many of those young people, they simply don't have the same frame of recent historical reference that some of their older peers would have. And as I was winding down my service at NCTC director in 2017, I saw that very vividly when older leaders of our organization would draw historical comparisons and contrasts between and among things that were embedded in our post 9/11 consciousness, but were unfamiliar, in some cases even unknown to some of our younger colleagues. Not their fault. And I swear that's not just grumpy old person syndrome on my part. It was really true. We just simply lacked sometimes common vocabulary to talk to each other. And I really do believe that in the CT world, we learn so much from our past successes and even more so from our past failures as a community to prevent attacks, or even from our near misses. And as one generation of analysts, subject matter experts, and leaders gives way to another of equal talent and equal passion, I think we owe them structured ways of sharing that knowledge and experience. And I didn't always feel like we had that in place inside government. So I would welcome the thinking of this community on this question. Well-documented case studies of what are now long ago events or moments in our CT history, they're obviously an essential part, but are case studies enough as you pass down knowledge and understanding? I'm not sure that they are. Ours is obviously not the only profession that dwells on these questions and deals in an environment where things are changing rapidly or have a dynamic landscape. So there might be paradigms that we could adopt or borrow from other disciplines who've dealt with knowledge transfer among generations of scholars. But I know Insight's growing body of scholarship and knowledge will serve us well in this effort. It will help us give our younger colleagues the best leg up that we can give them in dealing with today's CT challenges, and certainly it will help them deal with challenges that we can't even imagine yet in the CT space. So with that last conundrum as a challenge to the Insight community, I'll just simply stop there and look forward to some conversation. So thank you, Gina and Aaron.
Thank you very much, Nick. Camden is walking around and he will have a mic to distribute to those with questions. But let's just start where you ended on this generational difference in young people. As you know, in this audience, there's a lot of early career researchers here. There's a lot of students watching online. And, you know, Insight will get right on the case of doing some analysis about what they need to know. But can you think of like 3 things you would tell them if they want to pursue this as a career?
That's tough.
Or 4.
One thing that comes up quite often in my conversations with government colleagues, and I'm not sure that there's an analogous way of thinking about it in the academic sphere, but a large share of my colleagues doing counterterrorism work reached a point at some point in the post 9/11 period where they're asking themselves, am I going to do this forever? Am I going to do CT work from now until forever? They loved the mission. The mission was rewarding. They knew how important it was, but they were also, I think it was right to ask themselves, how did I end up here? And is this the way I should spend the rest of my career? Are there other national security challenges I could turn my attention to and contribute, you know, having learned what I've learned in the CT world? And my advice was never I didn't try to tell anybody to do something or not do something, but one of the things I tried to argue was I think for a good period of time, the CT community inside the government gained a well-earned reputation of being the most integrated and well-coordinated national security mini community inside of our government. The levels of collaboration and coordination and cooperation were far exceeded things that we did on other national security topics. So I think our cyber colleagues, our colleagues who work on transnational crime, often end up trying to emulate how do you create those same patterns of cooperative, bureaucratic behavior that it didn't happen automatically, but over time we developed in the CT space. Well, my argument was take those patterns of learning and behavior to other national security challenges and we'll all be better and safer as a result of that. And then the second part of what I'd said was, and come back someday too. Come back with the insights and knowledge that you gain by working another problem set, and that'll make you a better leader, thinker, and analyst, whatever your role is, should you return to the counterterrorism space in a more senior role. So it's hard to tell anyone stay on the same topic, work the same problem set for a 25, 30-year government career. But I think there's a lot to be, how do you strike that balance between having a diverse set of career experiences and developing deep, enduring expertise? That's always a challenge for professionals across, any field of endeavor. So I guess that's one way I think about the question of kind of workforce maintenance and investment in workforce. If you let some of those really talented people go off and do other things, they'll come back better and more capable, and they'll also be refreshed and with even greater enthusiasm for the CT mission. At least that's the way I've thought about it.
Well, thank you. And to that point, I mean, you talked about the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. So that's what you did prior to your latest role. How did stepping outside of government after a long career in government inform your current role?
Well, I think one of the things was it kind of opened my eyes, and I've said this publicly in other settings when I was GIF-CT director, it opened my eyes to the growing parity and equality between what I mentioned in my remarks, knowledge inside government and knowledge outside government, or in the academic world with respect to terrorism and counterterrorism. Again, when you're inside government exclusively, you might reach the conclusion that because we have this unique and privileged access to intelligence information, the best signals intelligence, the best human intelligence, that we know what's being said inside that room where the terrorists are hatching their plot, that we somehow have all that there is to know about terrorism or counterterrorism. My experience at GIF-CT told me what should have been obvious all along, and I regret that it wasn't obvious earlier in my career, and that is particularly because of the open source domain in which so many terrorist and extremist organizations operate, that playing field is being leveled even more every day. It's being leveled because so much more of this information is available to the non-cleared community. It's also sadly and unfortunately true because the set of terrorist adversaries that we face is more clever and more adaptive than they had been before. They know how we collect intelligence information. They know how to use tools like encrypted applications and encrypted communication tools to evade our traditional means of intelligence collection. So again, this is leveling the playing field in a way that I think underscores how important it is that we have a healthy, well-resourced, robust academic companion to what government does on counterterrorism. And I wouldn't have said that 10 years ago, but I believe it now.
I want to tell the audience quickly, you may see on your schedules, we're breaking. We're going to go right through that. You had a nice long lunch, and I want to use this opportunity because Nick is willing and he is here to really ask him what you need to know that will help inform your research. And so, I'm just thinking through what you said in the beginning, Nick. You said, you have to be everything everywhere all at once. You are the CT coordinator of this large, massive organization, and you've asked us for help with priorities. But what do you see as the burning priorities and a list of burning priorities?
This is one of the things I sometimes worry about, the thing that is the most on your worry list that day. If that becomes your top priority, then you're not thinking strategically enough. But right now, unfortunately, and that's why I mentioned in the remarks, the set of the convergence of the migration challenge and the terrorism, homeland security challenge right now feels like something that we just have to get a better grip on. Most of the last decade, there have been political critics who have said that terrorists are streaming across the southern border. And we could look at that analytically, as our intelligence and law enforcement community did, and say, no, that's actually not happening. It's not true. And I would argue it's not true today as well. But what we face today is a greater vulnerability to the possibility that terrorist organizations might use that pathway to get individuals into the United States. So that puts more pressure on our counterterrorism community and requires that we up our game in this space. So I think of that as probably highest on my worry and priority list today. But as I also said in my remarks, when you step back and think strategically about where we are as a country, the DVE set of challenges that we face is probably holds the potential to be more undermining of our social fabric than any other form of terrorism threat that we face. At least that's how I see it. And so that, as I said, was what motivated me to return to government and try to attack and work on that particular set of issues. And I think that speaks a little bit to the overall, the kind of the nature of counterterrorism work. You are not allowed the luxury of a single priority. The Biden administration, at the start of the administration, did a great job of saying we're going to have a stricter adherence to prioritization schemes in how we do and resource counterterrorism work. We're not going to try to care about everything everywhere all at once. And so if region A over here presents a real and acute homeland threat, that's where our priority attention is going to be. And if region B over here has a really raging set of terrorism problems in that part of the world, but they don't manifest themselves in homeland threat to the United States at this moment, then that's going to be a tier 2 or tier 3 priority because we just can't do it all at once. And I think that is a really strong, wise, and healthy approach until things change. And then you wake up one morning and the world has changed in region A or in region B, and you find yourself having to readjust your priorities on the fly. And I think is the challenge that we face as a counterterrorism community is how to rigorously stick to prioritization schemes when our landscape is so dynamic. And it's hard to, when you divest or disinvest from places abroad where we don't see threat today, we lose insight and understanding, and we risk strategic surprise. And so I've used the phrase manage and mitigate risk. That's what I mean. How do you manage and mitigate risk in an environment where you've foregone insight and understanding? And that's a hard place to be.
I know we have a question from online.
This is from the online audience. Speaking of terminology, how would you distinguish between terrorism and targeted violence?
I hate definition questions because there's statutory definitions, there's definitions that you use to guide your research. I guess I think of those as being interconnected Venn diagrammed phenomena. There are certainly acts of targeted violence, aggression against a particular community because that community is that community, that are also acts of terrorism in that they aim to drive or foment political change or intimidate a civilian population. So I think those are intertwined. And I honestly don't spend a lot of time trying to disaggregate them in a way to kind of pull them apart much more than that. I'm not sure there are too many other partner countries around the world who use the terminology targeted violence in the same way that we do as frequently as we do. I could be wrong about that. Some of our foreign colleagues and partners can tell me if I'm wrong. But I think we've tried to put a finer point on the idea that there can be some forms of violence that are heinous and targeted, but still may not meet some strict definition of terrorism because it may not drive toward political outcome in the same way that a terrorist movement would drive towards some form of political outcome. That's why I'm not a scholar, I'm a practitioner, so that I don't have to live by definitions. So.
Thank you online for that question. We have a question in the back of the room. Camden's running.
Far away as you can be.
Hi there. Thank you so much for being here today. So I study creativity and innovation in organizations. And in that research, what you often find is that organizations that encourage risk-taking, trial and error, those sorts of things, that's a positive. But you mentioned in an earlier comment that we really don't have room or space or the capability to engage in trial and error. I can appreciate that, certainly, but what advice might you have for us to sort of balance the culture of innovation with lack of being able to try things out and take risk?
It's a great question. And I guess I would never want to say anything that would suggest we should kind of stifle innovation in risk-taking. I was speaking of it in my remarks in the very specific and highly politicized context of prevention work, where at least in my experience, it's so easy for us, the government or the community of practitioners who engage in prevention work, to have that work mischaracterized. Oh, it's veiled law enforcement or intelligence gathering work. Oh, it's the government trying to manage a particular diaspora population and its threat concerns about that population. Usually when we suffered critiques like that, at least in my experience when I was in government the first time, I would try to argue that we should still not be dissuaded from doing this work, even if we are subject to criticism, because there's no other way to attack this problem but to try. And often the critiques that would come in this space, particularly from opponents, would be, well, you have no data to validate that your work prevents anything, that is prevented an attack. And we couldn't argue with that. We lacked the kind of data that would said, but for X, Y didn't happen. But I think we were in a strong position to say, doing nothing is not a public policy strategy that stands up to any scrutiny. And I think that has helped us at least gain a little bit of breathing space to try to be innovative and to try to adapt our approaches. And I'd like to think we've gained a lot of learning by the earlier attempts to engage in prevention work. And I think that's largely what has taken us in the direction that we are moving, which is adopting a public health informed approach to prevention work that, in a sense, aims to desecuritize something that is probably still inherently a security related problem, but to package it in such a way and shape it in such a way that the community understands that the thinking behind it, the reasoning behind it is designed to create a healthier, safer community, not to advance the work of our law enforcement community. And we're still dealing with a tremendous amount of legacy suspicion around these issues and these programs. But I'd like to think that over time, sticking to that approach, using that language, meaning that language, we have a greater chance of overcoming that stigma than we would have had otherwise. But I'd like to, but that has come from innovation in the way we think about the prevention mission. So the last thing I'd want to do is send a message that we shouldn't be trying to innovate in this work.
Thank you for that. Hang with us just a second, Nick. I want to invite some members of our audience who have to catch flights. We had a shuttle outside for them. And if you need to depart, do it during the time I'm talking. I'm not important here. So if you need to go to get that shuttle, I want to give you a chance to do so right now. And if you do have another question for Nick, I think we could probably take 1 to 2 more before we get our panel going. Okay, well, the chief scientist has a question. I guess we better let the chief scientist.
Please. Small liberal arts college in New England. I couldn't answer any.
Oh, that's not true. So thinking about how the theory of conflict and war is changing, right? And looking forward beyond kind of the immediate threats that you've identified, what do you think the context of terrorism means in the future state-on-state kind of concept were it to emerge?
It's a great question, because I think one of the things you have to do when you kind of quickly survey the landscape is skip over some stuff. And if you were sitting in a skiff on a given day worrying about threat stuff, it's a pretty good chance you'd be worrying, well, we are worrying about some terrorism related threats tied to state actors. Either they are engaged in that terrorism related activity directly, they're trying to do it in a deniable way so that it isn't attributed to that state actor, or they are supporting it, contributing to it. And so I think that the state sponsorship of terrorism has always been a feature of our landscape. It is probably less talked about now outside the specific context of perhaps Iran right now, but it remains a central feature of not only our global threat landscape, but our homeland threat landscape. And I can point to publicly available stuff that has talked about what Iran has tried to do to dissident communities here in the dissident Iranians here in the United States, the documented threats aimed at senior level government officials who were perceived to have been hard on Iran in their policy work. And certainly our other countries around this room have their own experiences with state sponsors who've sought to. Now, state-sponsored terrorism, of course, blurs up against other forms of state coercion and influence that we are also seeing. The efforts of hostile state actors to interfere in our politics, to create and foment discord and social discontent, That's all a continuum. And I think we should see it as a continuum. And I think that's probably something we weren't thinking about 3, 4, 5 years ago. We thought of these in isolated pockets. And again, this is where government suffers sometimes. In government, because sometimes their information on these particular topics is among the most sensitive and some of the most guarded, tightly guarded information, it's contained in some of the tightest boxes and compartments, which makes it harder to think of these activities along a spectrum of activity the way I just described. I'm not critiquing our intelligence community in that regard. I'm just describing a reality. So it puts a greater pressure on a smaller number of individuals to do all of the thinking about some of these topics because the information is held so tightly. But you put your finger on something where state actors are very much active in this space.
Nick, I'm going to take the very last question for myself because I have the microphone. Nobody else can do it. And then I'm going to ask our panelists for session 8, just get ready. We're going to add a few chairs and some microphones. So just know we haven't forgotten about you. We want to hear from you. But Nick, I think about your long career. I think about working for 4 presidents. I think about the state we're in and man, you get up and go to work every day. You didn't have to take this job. You could have signed out and had a wonderful career. What keeps you in it?
Well, I have to say, GIFT CT, working with technology companies, who wouldn't want to work with technology companies every single day of their work life? Well, quite kind of simply put, coming back to government for me was people. There are a couple of key people in key roles at the Department of Homeland Security who I consider long-term friends, colleagues, and mentors. And when people like that, like any of you in any work that you do, when you think about what you want to do next, you want to work most with people that you admire, respect, and feel connected to. And so without naming names, there are a couple of those individuals in the Department of Homeland Security that have played that role across my career. And so the pitch to come back and work with those individuals in this space was pretty hard to say no to. Also, as I said a little bit in my remarks, I just felt like, particularly in a couple of areas where I cared about, prevention work being one of them, we still weren't where we needed to be. And it was I had a great sense of regret from my service earlier in government that we hadn't done more to cement durable prevention approaches in our government the way we had wanted to, with a sustained resource base, all of those things. So I felt like that was something to come back that I could, hopefully find a way to impact directly by coming back. It also helped that it was 2 years into an administration, so I could say to myself, this is really only a 2-year thing, and then we'll see what happens after that. So it's a sprint. But as I said, the team of people that we work with at DHS, and I see so many DHS faces in the audience who are part of that team. I mean, that's what makes it rewarding, is the chance to work with people you admire and respect. And again, I don't make the argument that that's true only in the government context. It's true in every one of your professional environments. I used to tell my students in class, you choose professors, not classes. You're drawn to people rather than topics. So I guess that's the best answer I could give.
I think that's a great way to end this. We could talk to you much longer, but thank you so much for coming to Omaha and sharing these words with us. So let's give him a round of applause, please.
Thanks, Aaron.
And Nick, you magically, just magically, serendipitously, you just teed us up for the last session. It's on workforce development. So we'll take a couple minutes. Please don't go anywhere unless you absolutely have to. Just stretch if you need to, work the wiggles out, and then we'll get going with session 8.
Where's the 4th one? He's holding on.
No, this is not.
Great. Sorry. You're good. Oh, I can see.
I mean, yeah, you can stand up.
That's okay. Just, you gotta keep my colors straight. I'm gonna be lost. All right.
Like to use the code, you can either. Yeah, we're gonna sit, why don't you go ahead and sit there? Aaron, they're gonna do podium. They're gonna do podium.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Well, then can I take the handheld? I could just stand down here.
Okay.
I was like, that's great.
I'll stay here. Charge you. Yes. All right. Give me a little part.
You guys are all gonna get some podium.
We could, I mean, I'm happy to sit. If you could.
Yeah.
There's no table.
If there's a table, I would definitely sit.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay. Okay, everybody, 1 minute warning. Places, places. Got that. So the beauty of this session, it might give you a little PTSD from the other night when people were trapped on airplanes for hours because of lightning. But lightning's supposed to be quick. And although, again, it's the usual disclaimer, we could listen to these guys all day long, but they don't have all day long, unfortunately. And so we're going to get right to it to talk about, just the changing work environment. I don't have to tell you how COVID just threw us upside down. And Nick just let you know what the workforce development needs are in Homeland Security. But our first speaker is really special to us because she came all the way from England. She is the director of CREST at Lancaster University. She is building an international network with us. And here to talk to you about that is Stacy Conchi. Stacy?
Thank you. Okay, if I can hear me, as somebody said previous, so hopefully you can. Thanks, Erin. You shaved a couple of minutes off the presentation, so we should get there in 8 minutes. So what I'd like to do over the next 8 minutes that we have is to just share some of the work that Gina, Pete and I have been involved in terms of developing an international academic hub or network for those academics interested in the study of terrorism and violent prevention. There are many benefits to international hubs or networks, and I'm sure I don't have to sell the idea to you in the room, but I'll just name 3 benefits that we will see through these types of initiatives. One of them is around efficiency. So it allows us to pool resources and avoid duplication where duplication is not needed nor beneficial. And this speaks very much to the point by the keynote that we've just listened to about the reduction of resources in this space. Second one is very much about learning and capability building. So it provides a space for academics and government folk to be able to connect with each other, to share knowledge, skills, and hopefully to pool their skill sets to be able to work on shared projects which help us advance our learning. The third one is around capacity building. And there's only so much that we can each achieve as an individual country, but we can achieve much more if we work together on an international level. The international hub is called the International Academic Partnerships for Science and Security, or IAPS for short. The three areas of activity that we have are very much around fostering stronger relationships between academics across the Five Eyes and beyond. Also to facilitate the exchange of knowledge and methodology across academics from different countries. And also an issue which is very close to Gina Pease and my heart is around the development of the next generation of leaders. So the next generation of early career researchers, because let's face it, they're our future. In terms of activity to date, we held our inaugural meeting in London in March. We had 62 attendees, and these were both academics and government officials. And we had representation from 12 countries. So across the Five Eyes and a number of European countries, as shown on the map. Apologies if it's not very clear. And we also had 17 academic centres of excellence represented, all equivalents. We didn't aim for a massive meeting because we wanted to get involved in some of the meat. And that's often not possible when you have hundreds and hundreds of people at these events. What we did across 2 days is we did lots of brainstorming, used lots of sticky notes. We had very few presentations. We had no PowerPoints. And we left the meeting with a set of shared research challenges or themes that people from the different countries were working on, and we saw overlap. And we also had a number of new connections. So there was plenty of opportunity for people to network with each other. One of the other things that we learned unrelated is how to detach a sticky note from a pad and make sure that it still retains its stickiness. So if you'd like a demo, come and see us during the break and we can show you how you achieve that. So some of these shared research themes that we identified are listed here, and the list is slightly longer than what we have. And unsurprisingly, you will see that there is overlap between some items in this list and the presentations that we've heard across the 2 days that we've been at ENVISION. So we had individuals or groups interested in disinformation, and here we discussed very much the need to build resilience in this space. We talked about new and emerging threats, and this is the need to build structure to identify and prioritise threats which actually pose a realistic risk of harm. So it's very much how do we disentangle signals from the noise. We also talked about tech, so they're used by malign actors, but also ways that they can be used to leverage our efforts to advance in this space. So again, it very much touches on a topic or a comment that was raised by the keynote. We also talked about youth radicalisation and the fact that this is on the increase, and it's really alarming the different ways in which youths are being radicalised. And then we talked about some of the logistics or the practicalities, and the big one that came up, which you won't be surprised by, is the importance of data. So data is the lifeline of academics, and we need that to advance our understanding and knowledge. And there was very much a shared consensus that we need to maybe try and do more to see if we can share data between countries in a way that's ethical. And we talked about some of the limitations that we have with data that currently exist. And again, it touches very much on issues that we've heard across the 2 days in terms of data quality. At the meeting, we committed to publishing an IAPS magazine, and this will be a magazine which is written by academics, for academics, but more so for end users. So for government individuals, be the policy professionals or practitioners. And essentially, we will have contributions from academics from different countries who will write on a certain topic in a non-academic way. But importantly, they will pull out the so what. So what? Why should government officials be interested in this research, and how can it be actionable? So how can they implement that in their everyday decision-making and operations? We also had interest from those in the room in developing innovation fora, or I often call them communities of interest. So these essentially are deep dives on a certain topic where we start to get a little bit deeper in terms of what are the real challenges, what are the barriers to being able to address these challenges, and are the different ways we can think about these challenges to help us progress this field even further. Some of the suggested fora I've listed here, for sake of time, I'm not going to read them out. The list is not exhaustive. What was encouraging for us is that people that suggested these areas of interest were not all based in the US or the UK. So we had people in Australia said they would be interested to lead a fora, in Canada, and also in Germany. So we are starting to see buy-in across the different parties in terms of making this work and making IAPS a success. We will have a 2025 meeting, as Gina mentioned. We're not yet sure where that will be. We know where it may be, but we should be able to confirm this in the autumn or the fall. So watch this space for more information. In terms of our commitments to the development of early career researchers, we had a number of initiatives since we started. We were very fortunate to be able to send 6 early career researchers to Canada's Mega Week. And Brett and Jill will probably correct me if I'm wrong, but Mega Week typically attracts 300 plus professionals, academics and practitioners working in this space. And I think this year you probably topped around 400 delegates. Yes, okay. It's a fantastic opportunity in space for anybody interested in this area in prevention, especially for early career researchers to be able to gain the latest knowledge in this space, and importantly, to network and build those connections. And here I've just given some feedback that we received from one of the ECRs that we were able to fund. We've also issued small grants to support professional development, typically in building connections and networking and knowledge acquisition. One thing I should have pointed out is in brackets, I've listed countries. They're the countries that the ECR was affiliated with, again, to show how we are trying to support different countries and not just the UK and the USA. We also have an ECR seminar series, which takes place online every other month. So a few weeks ago, we heard from one ECR who shared their research and perhaps more importantly, the new methodology that they've developed in how to study the relationship between conspiracy theories and far-right groups. We also have another seminar, again online, and it's open to all ECRs, which will look at the translation of research to end users. So academics were often taught how to write an academic paper, but were not taught how to communicate with government individuals. So what this workshop or seminar will do is to share with you some of the top tips. Also, there will be opportunity outside of the seminar for ECRs to submit a piece of writing or a summary of their work, which will be looked at by one of the translation experts that we have at CREST, and they will provide feedback in terms of how to shape that piece so that it lands with government individuals in a way that they see is actionable. Now, maybe I'm biased, but if I was an ECR, I would jump at that opportunity in terms of receiving that valuable feedback because it's not readily available and it's certainly not something that academic institutions just offer most of their ECRs. In terms of moving forwards, we will continue to work with the ECR community. So for me, there's nothing worse than a non-ECR person telling an ECR what it is that they need. So Gina, Pete and I can help guide and mentor and identify areas that they may not have thought about. But we very much will work with ECRs in terms of ensuring we are meeting their needs today and helping them to develop leadership skills as well in terms of developing the programme. Initially, we'll probably work with Kelly, who I know was successful in receiving some funding from us. I can't see Kelly in the room. But I think Kelly has big ideas, which is great. And I think the comment I gave to Kelly is, it's easier to tame a wild idea than it is to add excitement to a dull idea. So all I would say is watch this space, and we are really excited with what we will achieve with the ECR programme. And just to conclude, IAPS will continue to evolve as we continue to work with different centres of excellence and we try to support different initiatives which are suggested to us. So all I would say is watch this space. Please reach out to us. There is an email address on the next slide, but we will be here during the reception. So please do approach Gina, Pete or I if you have any questions that we can't address on the panel or you have any ideas of how we can continue to develop the international network. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Bob Harkins is next, senior lecturer at SDSU in the nation's first Homeland Security Master's Program. Thanks for coming to Omaha, Bob.
Thank you very much. Excited to be here. My remarks today are about our most important asset, our students. And I just want to take a step back 2 days ago and the ribbon cutting ceremony. Just wonderful space there at Insight. And speaking with the students, it's wonderful to see their work. And it's so important to me, it's so important to our program to focus on the students. And just so classy to have the students cut that ribbon. I thought that was an exciting event to watch and to see, and for those students. I started with our program last August, and along the way, I've just been blessed by the founder of our program, Dr. Eric Frost. Some of you may know Eric. He just dedicated so much of his time and life to our students. And, you know, I really, really appreciate his efforts, and he's just a wonderful mentor for me. Additionally, my colleague and mentor, Dr. Lance Larson, another wonderful colleague, and just so helpful with our alumni, 526 alumni that are in, I think, about 105 different disciplines. See if I can get this to advance. Red button. There we go. Whoop, can I go back? Cool. So that's the outside of our conference center. So 2004 and about 20 years worth of alumni working in 500 different city, county, and state branches of government and private sector. It's just a phenomenal opportunity for our students to get out and engage. And really in educating the students, and in my perspective, and I think Dr. Larson and Dr. Frost will appreciate this, not as much about learning, and certainly there's learning and teaching involved, but it's about engaging the students in discoveries. And it's really important that we do that. And I think to speak to Dr. Rasmussen's third point especially, that's important with where we're at today in teaching our students. And what we wanted to do this year, and I think we had good success in that, and some of these statistics I'll share with you are quite stunning. We wanted to focus on fentanyl along the way with educating our students. And particularly in our area, San Diego, rather dramatic in our numbers there. And we wanted to talk to the students and bring in practitioners to explain to them what life is like, especially now. The numbers are really so dramatic, and we've seen this before, mainstream media, you know, over 100,000 deaths passing of Americans in the last few years is entirely unacceptable. And, you know, what are we doing about that, you know, at the very basic ground level? And what does it look like to educate along those terms? So we brought practitioners in. We wanted them to meet and discuss with practitioners what it means to do that job today. In San Diego County alone, we had 2 back-to-back years of over 800 people that have passed from fentanyl poisonings and fentanyl overdoses. Again, unacceptable. And what does it mean to look at that? And that's a daunting task. I mean, it really is a convergence of many different disciplines to try to attack this, and along the way teach our students about, you know, the proper approach. And we brought in the Border Patrol teams, BORTAC and BORSTAR, search and rescue and tactical response teams. And what was interesting in their discussions with our students, and maybe you're not aware of this as well, suicides are up amongst Border Patrol, you know, and why is that? What are they looking at every day, you know, on our borderlines? And having that honest conversation with our students, I think, is very important. As I'll say to my students, we're about ready to walk down the hallway, pass that baton to you, and you're the next generation of professionals. What does it look like, and what can you expect in the various disciplines? The intent was to work with Insight, and we're so proud and honored to be partnered with Insight. Dr. Ligon and her team and colleagues, the Insight research is just amazing. And Dr. Larson and I put together, along with 7 practitioners, end of the year webinar, and this was in May. And Dr. Ligon provided the opening remarks for that, and thank you for that. And as she mentioned, we had over 600 attendees in that, very important and just a wonderful outreach. What was interesting about that is what we were able to do is talk about upstream, midstream, and downstream approaches to what it looks like out there in the field and going after fentanyl smuggling, fentanyl trafficking, and dealing with the fentanyl overdoses, the fentanyl poisonings. So our first and our keynote was Patrol Agent Lopez, and he runs and is in charge of the intelligence branch in the San Diego sector. And he just had a stunning statistic that you can see there. Since 2020, about a 355% increase in fentanyl seized, and of that, 64% seized within the U.S. is coming through entering through the San Diego port of entry. So what are we doing about that? Definitely a key point for our students to consider as they get ready to walk through that Homeland Security career door. Border Patrol further learned, so we want to dive into this and what does that mean, especially for San Diego and our port of entry. Who is responsible for this? Well, we realize that there are Mexican cartels that are part of this. They're compartmentalized. They're controlling criminal activities within their respective territories, directly engaged in the distribution within prisons, outside of the prisons, and in our streets. And what does it look like from an enforcement perspective, and how do we tackle that? And we talk to our students about what that means through this webinar and through the attendees as well. This was a very interesting point, and this was our colleague from the Department of Homeland Security. And law enforcement wasn't necessarily poised for this problem. And that's definitely an honest assessment. So what does it look like and what we were prepared to do? And it's exactly what, Insight and what we've talked about here is just the partnerships and the engagement, bringing people together. It's not one thread, it's multiple threads, to make that stronger rope where we can attack this together and what it means to understand this new epidemic and, where do we go from here? So I thought that was a very honest assessment from DHS concerning our approach to tackle this. This will be something that we'll look at a little bit more next year, but this is a really unique aspect, especially in our region and in our border region. San Diego State University has a campus in Calexico or Imperial Valley, California, right on the border. So we have students that traverse that border daily going to and from school. And, what does it mean to educate in that area? We want to try to bring up and improve socioeconomic and economic and educational opportunities there. But certainly considering what we're at with fentanyl and what might be that next trend, it's very important to build out that model and discuss with academics, the criminologist that I have here, good friend, Dr. Jeffrey Osborne, spoke in that webinar, and very unique opportunity for us to even extend the look at this into next year. And we'll highlight this with Gina and her team, and really engage those students and that perspective and that unique paradigm there of try to isolate the educational opportunities, the situation there at the border, what it means to educate those students there, and then talk with practitioners that are on the ground and to say, hey, what is going on and what can you tell us and our students about what you're doing to make them an effective new partner in Homeland Security. Lastly, the top photo is the conference center where I instruct. And in the fentanyl webinar, we had 2 polls, and thank you for Insight for helping us with those polls and what they should specify. So the first one is 85% of our attendees believe that fentanyl should be classified as a weapon of mass destruction. This was driven by a student poster from last year, and we really took it and ran with that this year with our focus on fentanyl and Homeland Security, and that was by student Jeffrey Vargas. And that is definitely a point of contention, and it's definitely a debate amongst a military perspective as well as in a law enforcement perspective. But again, as I mentioned in my opening remark, 100,000 deaths is too much not to take notice. And what are we going to do effectively to do that? One area to look at would be to reclassify that or classify fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. Interesting on that point, Border Patrol Agent Lopez said, for every action, there's a reaction, right? So we need to take a look at that second action that may be as a result of classifying fentanyl as a WMD, and then be taking a look at Mexico and the cartels themselves. So you take a look at a cartel and you might say, okay, you know, now they're responsible for some terrorist activities. What does that mean for the border and the increase in immigration and that influx of people at the border that might be a direct result of that WMD classification? The second poll that we ran was 59% of our attendees thought that, and I think this is a very important part because it's really an overlap and layered opportunity to teach and expand what we have out there in terms of knowledge, and that's looking at our youth education. We have to talk to our youth. We have to talk to our parents, educate not only our students, but beyond that in the community. So with that, I will leave my remarks and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bob. Matt Crane has been to Omaha before to present on his work. We're happy to have him back again. He's an IO psychologist at SUNY Albany. Matt, you're going to tell us how to be resilient.
I'm going to try my best. Thanks, everyone, and good afternoon. So I'm presenting the research today on behalf of myself, my co-PI, Neil Shortland at the University of Massachusetts Lowell, and our research assistant, Jen Mezapel, who's sitting here in the room. So this project kind of dovetails really nicely, I think, off of Director Rasmussen's comments during his keynote on the issue of trauma and psychological impacts from the work that terrorism researchers, counterterrorism professionals do, and the material that they encounter in their daily jobs. You know, when you think about frontline occupations that have a risk of trauma and harm, you might think of the military, right? You might think of police, EMTs, frontline healthcare professionals. Very rarely do we think about academics as being on the front lines of anything. But the work that counterterrorism professionals, targeted violence professionals, researchers in this space are doing is real and exposed to very serious, very significant, potentially very damaging content on a regular basis. And so the work that we're going to talk about here is two phases of work that we did over the last 2 years with many of the people in this room, by the way. So thank you all if you participated in this research in any way. We're very appreciative of the work that you did to try to get a perspective on both what the typical job experiences are for terrorism and targeted violence prevention researchers, as well as what those experiences and exposures are like on an intimate day-to-day basis. And so we did this in 2 different phases. So the first phase of work was fully qualitative and job analytic. Job analysis is a organizational psychology technique to try to break down the fundamental contributing factors that make up an occupation, right? What are the knowledge, skills, and abilities necessary to do the job? And also, what are your typical experiences like? What do you usually encounter? And what are those encounters mean for you personally, socially, developmentally? So that was 35 interviews, over 50 hours of interviews with different folks in the US and the UK across different occupation titles and research interests, as well as ranks and seniority, which will become something that is an important trend that we'll talk about later on. And we used those interview transcripts, very detailed job analytic interview transcripts, which in our first phase 1 report from last year, you can find really deep analysis of that content, as well as the full interview protocol in the back of that report that's available on the Insight website. We then followed that this year with what's called an experience sampling study. And experience sampling is a form of very intense longitudinal research where you are having participants report on, in our case, daily events. So we followed 11 terrorism researchers on a day-to-day basis for a month and had them report every single day following a baseline survey that collected a lot of demographic and kind of baseline psychological data on them. We had them report every day on whether or not they were exposed to distressing or violent or traumatic material, how many exposures they had, the form and function of those exposures, got lots of really detailed information about that, and then tracked the trends in their personal psychological impact and experiences over that 1 month of working together. So let's walk through some of the kind of key takeaways from both of those phases of research. The bottom line up front from phase 1 in the qualitative portion of this work is that there is a very significant and meaningful delta between how people in this room and in this field talk about how this impacts them and how it actually does, right? The first big takeaway there, right? There's an underestimation of the psychological toll that doing this research and working in this space has on people. Really interesting phenomenon. If we, of the 35 people that we interviewed, if we asked them a question of, to what extent do you feel like you are distressed or harmed by the work that you do on a day-to-day basis? Almost zero people would say that they were. They'd say, oh, it's not a big deal. It can get hard sometimes, but it's not a big problem. But if you ask a slightly different question, which is, what is the behavioral impact to you? How has it changed your life? Everyone has a story about what they do differently that is an outcome of what they do. If you're changing your life in response to your work, that's a trauma response. Every clinical psychologist will tell you that, right? So that's an important trend. We also found that there are pervasive cultural issues in the discipline that might make trauma mitigation harder. One of them, and I encourage you to go outside and look at Jen's great poster that covers some of these things as well. One of them is an issue of kind of like competition and bravado in the way that these things, there is a competitive exposure process. Go to a conference and somebody says, hey, did you see this execution video that somebody posted on Telegram? Perhaps it's in a discipline that you don't even work in, and now you're going to seek it out because you want to be part of the community that can say that they've seen these things. That is culturally normative, but potentially very psychologically damaging. And another trend that we didn't expect, but has become very robust and is also the subject of the poster outside, is it seems like there are some social identity differences here. We found across our work that women, racial and ethnic minorities, people from the LGBTQ community tended to report more exposures to traumatic content, more significant impacts to themselves, and longer lasting harm. And our working theory on this is because many of these people work on extremists that attack people that look like them. And you go into the work thinking that you're going to be this stoic academic with your training and your perspective, and you see yourself reflected in the exercise of terrorism and targeted violence in a way that you don't expect. So here are just a few quotations, and again, most of these are in our report. More of them are in the report as well, so I won't read through them. But if you read over some of these, you'll see really profound impacts to people's lives, their behaviors, their psychology, and their view of the field in how they experience this stuff. We have undergraduate students saying that they have felt so unsafe after doing their research that they've had to move homes. We've had people say that they no longer take public transit or can go into a crowded event or have to sit in every restaurant with their bodies facing, their faces facing a door in every exit so they can see where the threats are going to come from, even though they know that the likelihood of an attack or the likelihood of that experience is so infinitesimal. And if you ask people about what the field can do or their optimism or their perspective on the field, it's a challenge, right? That first quote at the top there, it's hard to be optimistic, it's hard to be hopeful, right? This is grim content that we're all working on, and we go into that acknowledging that, but there is there's a way to create, or there has to be a way to create an environment that is supportive and productive for people who are doing hard things. And this is institutional in many cases. One of the respondents there on the bottom left, that quote is talking about the fact that universities and institutions do everything to support participants, right? IRB is there to protect your participants and the people that you work with, but never has anything to say about researchers or, protections for the people that are actually doing the research. And we find, again, a rank difference amongst people where junior scholars are put in a bad position relative to PIs, which I'll go over very quickly because I want to make sure that I manage time well here for my fellow panelists. So this is some of the key takeaways and a brief graph that I will explain from our experience sampling study. But here's the bottom line here. What we found in experience sampling was that rates of traumatic exposure generally varied among people, but desensitization across the population may be a serious and pervasive problem. We did reinforce some of the gender and identity trends that we found in the qualitative research, which I'll talk about. But just in general, across all of our observations, about 30% of daily observations across participants had at least one traumatic exposure. So 30% of the time, you're having at least one experience that you are personally identifying as traumatic or distressing. That reporting was significantly greater amongst women. So female respondents reported significantly more exposures than men. They also reported reliving those experiences more often than their male counterparts. They had lower baseline and then lower overtime job satisfaction and higher rates of intentional turnover intention, right? So day in, day out, they're thinking more and more about leaving the profession in general. Then these rates of exposure varied by rank. So the more junior you were, the more frequently you stated that you saw a traumatic event, the more often you said that you would relive it, and the more impactful it seemed to you. And that was undergraduates significantly more than postdocs and grad students and PIs. Grad students and postdocs, more significant than PIs. PIs are not really reporting the trauma in this stuff. And there's questions about why that might be, but it's probably because the work cascades from the top down and the people on the lower ranks are seeing the worst things. They're getting the most exposure. They're getting the most firsthand content in that space. And it generally underscores this thing of desensitization, which we actually did not expect. And that's what this graph is showing here. We expected, or I expected, that daily exposures, the more frequent your exposures to violent content and traumatic material would be over the course of your time, that it would increase, aggregate on your perspective of impact and things like that. We actually found across the board that was the exact opposite. So people who had more exposures and reported more exposures, significantly more than others, over time reported more significant decreases in their perspective of the impact of an individual exposure on them. They're giving up, right? They're desensitizing. They're saying that this is, I just have to kind of get through it. We talk a lot about desensitization in general as a strategy or as a thing that people who work in these spaces should do. The clinical work on desensitization is very clear that desensitization is not a healthy psychological strategy. And that's actually my last point on the key takeaways here about desensitization not being a panacea. It's not good to be desensitized, right? It shows that you have a real structural problem with managing the experiences that you're having, where your psychology just has to intervene and prevent your emotion from being impacted there. But so just to summarize some additional key takeaways here, very important to recognize that the lived experiences of researchers is imbued with psychosocial harm. This is a problem for the researchers, but it's also a problem for the field because people are leaving this discipline because of these things, and they're not going to join if they have frequent traumatic experiences. So if we want counterterrorism, terrorism prevention to be a healthy field, robust with people in it, we need to solve these problems. It's also likely that who is exposed to these materials is probably more important than what they're exposed to or how those exposures manifest. So more research needs to be done on the intersections of identity and experience. So I hope I wasn't too far over time, and thank you all. Welcome your questions for later. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Next up is Dr. Karen Sporer from the University of Maine. She is a criminologist, and she's going to talk to us about what practitioners need to know about supporting families. Take it away, Karen.
Thank you. I'm just laughing because that was me talking about the IRB in that interview, but hot take, Karen. Thank you to ENVISION and DHS for funding this research. This week wraps up 4 years of doing this work. It's been a really great honor. So I'm not gonna, I started kind of at the baseline, but community prevention is incredibly important. Some of the world's most powerful agencies rely on the community to be engaged when it comes to reporting suspicious behavior, preventing at all stages of the radicalization process. And I was saying in 9.5 minutes, but I have about 5 minutes, I think. I'm going to talk about the role that family members play in prevention. And I really do argue that families, while friends see much with radicalization, I do think family members are kind of the starting point, the ground floor for community prevention. So my overall goal 4 years ago was to understand how families make sense of the radicalization process and then the barriers that they face to reporting suspicious behaviors. And as I was communicating with families, I'll talk about that on the next slide, it kind of became more apparent that it's not as simple as that. Because families are involved, they are engaged, they just aren't really sure what they're observing. And that's sort of what I'm going to talk about today, and that they're lacking the resources to be engaged in an effective and efficient way. So today, very quickly, what do practitioners need to know to support the families of violent extremists? And for me, practitioners aren't just those who are working in the field, but I'm talking about like social workers, psychologists, therapists, right, teachers. Those are the people that I'll be talking about today. So 3.5 years ago, I started doing interviews. I started talking to the family members of people who radicalized. This is full radicalization, no false positives. So any questions about that, we can talk about later over drinks. But every single person radicalized, the majority mobilized to violence. A lot of them are dead now, are in prison, or have desisted. I spoke to parents, siblings, in-laws, intimate partners, the children of extremists. I have over 68 hours of data. These were really exhausting conversations. I like really unloaded on the people I had that interview with. Everyone wanted to tell their story. I've been talking to marginalized and victimized populations for I think like 15 years now. This was by far the most difficult. And even before we talked about terrorism and violence, I talked to everyone about their childhoods. Where did they come from? What were their families like? And then, of course, how terrorism and extremism really shockingly and unexpectedly became a part of their lives. It was for them pretty unpredictable. So for their lives, for my participants and the people who radicalized, their lives were very difficult. There's a lot of intergenerational trauma, polyvictimization, a lot of violence. For those who did radicalize, and their family members are reflecting on this, these are some like non-ideological risk factors, but almost every single person who radicalized experienced one or more adverse childhood experiences, conduct problems, all these issues. So interactions with police, neglect, like acute sexual abuse, like everything that you read about as a criminologist and a victimologist was there, and very vivid. But also their families, right? These were not the most comfortable and safe environments where these children and these kids are being raised who subsequently radicalized. A lot of family level instabilities, substance use, a lot of domestic violence, not just witnessing domestic violence, but also the aftermath, which can also be just as traumatic for young kids as experiencing violence in person. I'm going really fast, so sorry. But so the lesson number one is that violent extremists at the center of my study, right? It's not generalizable. And their family members experienced acute personal, environmental, and social traumas. So if we do any policy implications, right, we really have to think about that. The radicalization stories included also like almost every indicator or sign of radicalization in the literature. So if you look at the NCTC, like the mobilization content, like they're talking about all of those things. These family members are seeing all of those indicators all the time. I'm gonna read a couple quotes from my participants. All right, so this is a mother talking. She said there was a point where he was really wanting us to convert. He really wanted us to convert, and he had one girlfriend for years and years. He wanted her to convert. She said, this isn't for me. Then he ended that relationship because of that. It's very sweet. So towards the end of his radicalization process, that started happening. This is a father who his son converted. He went to the mosque. He was very concerned, but didn't really know what he was observing. So he said, I went to the mosque, spoke to the imam. They gave us a tour. He was downstairs and my son was away from us. And he said, I noticed your son's enthusiasm in class. I don't know him very well, but I notice his enthusiasm and it concerns me. I'm sure you've noticed his drastic change in clothing. And I said, yes. And he goes, that concerns me too. My friends at the mosque are concerned about him because he's harsh and judgmental. Third quote from another father, he started changing himself, totally different. He was changing his name, his clothing, right? He was a completely different person. Everything's changing about you. So these indicators, right, we know, and again, I love the NCTC output where you talk about how these are constitutionally protected activities, right? But for these people, they're signs of something worse, right? Something malevolent, and that they were indicative of a violent radicalization that was happening in their homes. These are periods of high stress for families. I feel like there's a slide I'm missing. No, okay. So period of high stress for families, they don't understand what's happening, even though they're seeing all these indicators. And just about half of my participants either had absolutely no understanding what was going on at home, or they didn't understand the severity of this radicalization process. So one mom said, I didn't know what extremism was. I didn't know what radical was. If you'd asked me those questions before, I would have said, huh? A second mother said, I mean, we didn't realize how serious it had become until the moment the FBI showed up, right? At their door, right? And at home. So really shocking. They had concerns, right? But they did not know how severe it was. So the second lesson, just based on that, is that family members are observing many indicators, but the majority either don't understand what they're seeing or they didn't appreciate the severity. And what I've learned from these conversations was not that the family members didn't want to report suspicious activity. Like they're not going to call the FBI, right? Some might, but most don't. And they didn't not want to intervene. They just didn't know how, or really what the problem was. So for many, their intervention attempts were too little and too late. So perfect. So what do practitioners need to know based on these two lessons to support families of homegrown violent extremists? The first is that, based on, the first part of the talk, families need access to trauma-informed care before and after radicalization. One thing I haven't even talked on today is the stigma of having a child or a partner or a parent who's radicalized. They lose friendships, they've lost therapists, right? They lose everybody around them. They're demonized in their communities. But also, like we know, arrest and incarceration is really important, right, for late stage planning, mobilization. But this research highlights the need for earlier trauma-informed care, a public health approach to dealing with youth in particular who are at risk of radicalization. And second and last is that families need access to quality material and knowledge and support. So these family members are observing, again, every indicator, they're observing risk factors, but they're not aware that what they're seeing is radicalization, right? So combined with a general lack of awareness and also the speed at which radicalization happens, it's very, very quick, especially for young people. These informal interventions are unlikely to work very well. And when they look out or reach out for support, they need to find it. So they need qualified social workers, practitioners that are trained in radicalization and terrorism and are not afraid to get that education. I'm a former social worker. There was never one moment where I was taught about terrorism, violence, those kind of things, right? Or ideologically inspired violence. And that's it. I will talk to you for hours about this, but that's it for today.
I'm sorry we don't have more time to hear more from Karen because she is somebody who is so close to this issue in ways that the rest of us don't get to see. So really grateful to you, Karen. And please take pictures of the slides with their contact information so you can reach out to them after this. In the event we will likely run out of time for Q&A. Next up is another Erin. We're just awesome. This one is Erin Bass, and she's going to talk to you about kind of a business approach to this field. I absolutely love it. It's a real fun story to get to tell.
Great.
So, Erin.
Thanks so much. Yes, super excited to share our project with all of you. I'm Erin Bass, and my co-PI, Erin Miles, is over here. And then our wonderful graduate assistant, who really is the wheels behind this project, Kaylin Wettengale, is here as well. So the title of our project is Workforce and Professional Development, Building Capacity in HSE-Focused Business Analysis Applications. So what does that mean? So in this project, we leverage our business school curriculum. So I'm a business professor, and we develop student-centered projects that address real-time, real-world challenges for DHS end users. So why, and I'll explain a little bit about what that process is, but why are we doing these projects in business schools? And what we found is really business students have unique knowledge, skills, and abilities that's really applicable to maybe some of the challenges that are faced, not just within government, but within HSC more proper. And so we wanted to see if we could potentially leverage those knowledge, skills, and abilities in that context and see what would happen. So how we do this is we take project-based classes and we have DHS end users offer projects within those classes for our students to work on. And then the outcomes of our project include the students' final report to DHS. So DHS end users get to keep that report. They also provide a presentation, and then we're collecting data as good researchers do the whole entire time to find out what happens. So the process we follow the academic year. So every year in July and then again in November, we're recruiting projects from DHS end users. I will also recruit projects now if there's any end users who think that this might be something that's up your alley. But we recruit projects and we just say, hey, we've got a course coming up. Would you be interested in providing a project with us? And then we will meet and consult and scope the work so that it will work within our class. Then once the class starts, we offer the project alongside a lot of other projects too. So not all of the projects in the class are DHS end user projects. We'll have projects from startups. We'll have projects from local organizations, from nonprofits. And so they're all kind of working together. And that collaboration is really cool because all of these different contexts are all working on projects all at the same time. Students work on the projects in teams over the course of the semester, and then they present their final work. So actually in like 3 hours, I'm going to be listening to some of these projects for my MBA capstone class that's happening tonight. To date, we've been a part of ENVISION for 4 years. So to date, we've completed 48 of these projects with 785 students that have been impacted. And then you can see some of the end user project clients that we've had. And the cool thing is that pretty much any DHS end user will have a project that will fit into our class. It's super flexible because basically any kind of productivity, efficiency, recruiting, retention, any kind of business sort of angle we can fit into this class. So we've been fortunate to work with a lot of different DHS end users, and hopefully we'll continue working with those and more. So I wanted to highlight just one project to share with all of you today. This was a project that we completed for CISA, and we had MBA students complete this project in 2 different classes. So what ended up happening is we had a group that worked on this in the fall 2023, and they did such a great job that CISA came back to us and said, hey, now we want to see if you can apply it in this. So can we do like a tag along project, which we do those too. And so we had a different group of students who worked on this project in 2024. And you can see I pulled the slide of the spring 2024 students up here who were the consultants on this project. So the project objective was to equip CISA with a calculator and user guide to evaluate the financial impact of bomb threats on the retail sector. So essentially when they're doing training with a Walmart, CISA wanted to be able to communicate to Walmart, this is the cost of shutting down, evacuating a Walmart at any given time. And so how can we calculate that and show our, like in the retail sector, what that would cost a Walmart or a Walgreens or whatever. So this is hard to see, but the students got really excited with Excel. And you can see all the tabs down there. They built this wonderful calculator that just required CISA to input in this column. They just had to input some key things. So like how much square footage is it? What is the typical revenue, right? Like things that any Walmart or Walgreens or whoever would know these data and put that in there, and then it would populate so that they would be able to share that. They also developed a user guide so that anyone at CISA who wanted to be able to use this, they could follow along the steps of how to do it. So I think it was a really great example of students knowing how to do some of these estimates, knowing how to work in Excel, and being able to produce a product that is then usable for a DHS end user. And according to our friends at CISA, they told us that they were able to use it the very next day, which was really exciting for us and for our students, because then the students know that they're making an impact too. So speaking of impact, we always ask the students what their familiarity is with the Homeland Security Enterprise. Because keep in mind, these are MBA students, or these are our data analytics students, and most of them probably think that they're going to go and work in industry like Union Pacific or Mutual of Omaha. They might not necessarily think about a career in the Homeland Security Enterprise. So the light gray is the response. This is just from year 3 and 4. So the light gray is the response of how familiar they are with the Homeland Security Enterprise at the beginning of the class. And you can see the data are heavily skewed toward not familiar at all. By the end of the class, it definitely evens out. And what I want to call your attention on is that difference between not familiar at all at the beginning of the class and at the end of the class. And we're able to make these differences in a short 8 weeks. So when you start to think about how we can transform the workforce, just by being able to expose these students to some HSE problems and have them work on it for 8 weeks, we can see a huge difference not only in their familiarity, but the other thing that we collect from them is how likely they would be to pursue a career in the Homeland Security Enterprise. And that changes very similarly from these high, I don't think my knowledge, skills, and abilities are applicable at all, to I see huge applicability for my knowledge, skills, and abilities that I gain in a business school for the Homeland Security Enterprise. So next steps for our project are to actually build out that pathway. We know that students are more familiar now. We know that they know that their knowledge, skills, and abilities are relevant. And so how do we build that pathway so that we see more business students enter into these careers? That's it.
Okay, our final presenters, you get a twofer. We have David Schanzer of Duke University and David Gartenstein Ross of Valens Gaming, who are going to talk about using war games and simulations in training, and what a cool way to end the session. So I invite you either or both, or
Thank you. How are you all doing? Oh, it's okay. You can put them up, but I'm not going to be briefing off of them. It's great to join you. So I first became interested in games as an educational tool when I was teaching at Georgetown University about a decade ago. What I realized is that the students I had there were looking for something that was much more tactile and immersive. And so I started to build some simple games for my class. And quickly it became one of the more popular classes in the security studies program. But I realized that games can access something that discussions can't. Right? All of us understand what a classroom discussion is like, and nobody here will diminish their value. But it's something entirely different for those of you who've gone from academia to being practitioners, or maybe back and forth between them, to actually deal with a problem rather than discussing a problem. There's so many dimensions you normally don't access, so much information that's very unclear, and games can replicate this. So over time, from those very early simple games, I started to develop a theory of what makes for a good game. We call our style of game immersive exercise. And I think that there's more that can be done with games in education. They should replicate, for one thing, I think that having a strong information environment that's built around a coherent world is important, right? I've played so many different games where you scratch the surface of the game and it falls apart because everything's obvious. I don't understand when I'm playing a game or a simulation and I can read a newspaper article that's replicated and understand from it exactly what's going on in the world. That's not how the world works. Those of you who understand our polarized media environment understand that it's hard to get to the bottom of what's happening in a single story until you've read 3 or 4 or 5 articles. There's so much that is missing or unclear or where sources tend to differ. Having a good information environment, having a well-built world, these are very important and replicate the kind of world that we all dwell in. We as humans are also storytelling creatures. I think having a narrative arc to a game is important. There's other aspects to what I think makes for a good game. But I was fortunate to be able to have ENVISION fund this study with my colleague David Schanzer and also Jessica Sperling at Duke University. What it looks at is a game that I call Acceleration. It's a Homeland Security focused game that really is looking at fault lines within and between civilizations. It features a white nationalist takeover of a town in Northern California. It features the US government and also European countries dealing with a migration crisis. You'll remember Nick Rasmussen talking about the intersection of migration with different patterns in terrorism. And people have to step into role and deal with this over the course of a 7 or an 8-week class. I'm really excited about this project because having seen games used in education, one thing that I'm very familiar with is studies that say, yes, games are useful, but when you look at how they get to the conclusion that games are useful, it's usually simply self-reported from students. Now, that's not nothing. That's something. But what I was really happy to be able to do was to put together, to work with colleagues, including a methodologist in education, Jessica Sperling, to look at the question of, can we objectively show what the impact of games in education is? And there's a lot from that which Professor Schanzer will present next. But my bottom line here is that there's a lot that we can access and a lot of skills that normally aren't taught that can come from games. This is looking at one aspect, which is education, but there are so many other aspects of games that can be useful to all of us, from training to novel analytic insights, to stepping in to understand crisis response. And this is something I'm passionate about and would love to talk to anybody here about once we're done with this very packed panel. Professor Schanzer, would you like to present on our study?
Okay. So these are the slides that need, oops. So our project is basically to try to assess the benefits that students gain from participating in one of these games that David discussed. So we're doing 2 iterations of the game. We just finished one this spring semester, and we're doing it again in the fall. So to do this, we need the coordination between the university and Valens Global, because as a single professor, you can't run a game. That is a lot. So the company, which we're paying for, so it's an expensive endeavor. And we're very grateful for ENVISION for funding it for these 2 iterations. Yeah, there's a lot of behind the scenes work that is happening to make the game work. David talked about his game, Acceleration. It's very fascinating. You might think, okay, so how do you take a game and make it into a course? So especially those of you do research, but I assume you all have to teach as well, right? So you know what it's like to try to teach a class. So our class time are essentially work sessions. So we have 2.5 hours. We do it in the evening. That way, fewer other distractions. We actually take over a whole building at our policy school so the students can move around. They have lots of space. They meet with their teams, they strategize, and they go negotiate with other teams. David and I are there for a while. We each interact with the teams a little bit, try to poke holes in what they're doing, ask them hard questions, try to get them to think more strategically about what they're doing. And often we'll leave around 9 o'clock and they're still going. And that's always a good sign that the students are really engaged when the professors leave and they're just still getting warmed up. So that's how our classes work. How do you make it into a course where you actually have to evaluate the students and give them a grade of some sort at the end? So of course they participate in their weekly work sessions with their classes. Each week they develop a move, which is then assessed, and then the game moves forward depending on the moves that they make. So none of the iterations of the game will ever be the same because they all change constantly depending on what the different teams do and what the different moves are. Each student has to deliver one short strategic briefing, which is a really great experience for them to stand up in front of their team and explain what they did, why they did it, and what were the strengths and weaknesses of their move from the prior week. We require the students to do peer assessments 2 times to try to eliminate the free rider problem in all group activities. Now they all assess each other actually quite well, but I think it's a kind of it's a good device to keep everybody honest. And then at the end of the class, we have them write a strategic memo that tries to get them to evaluate, again, the entire course of the game, and then give advice to their boss. If they were Russia, it was Vladimir Putin. If it was, if they were the governor of California, it would have been, of course, the governor. So they write a memo to their boss on what the strategic direction they should do going forward. And then they're evaluated. They all get goals that their team is supposed to try to advance over the course of all of their moves. And each team is evaluated based on how much they have achieved their strategic objectives. And of course, their memo is then discusses at the end what the student thinks that they should do in the future to continue to advance those goals. So you can see how between the game playing and the assignments, it's just a very different experience for the students in terms of trying to learn how to think strategically and think of second and third order effects of what they're doing. Just a little bit of information about how the class went this year and also some very preliminary data that we have. Very diverse class. I can say it's my 19th year coming up teaching at Duke. When I taught security classes at the beginning, I'd say the ratio was 3 or 4 to 1 in terms of men to women, but that has really balanced out, which is great. We mix graduate students and undergrads in these classes, which is very unique, but it's wonderful. The grad students serve in a mentorship position. They tend to love the interaction that they have with the undergrads. And a lot of our graduate students have had professional experience in the IC or the military. And the younger students are really getting a great mentor and some eye-opening in terms of career possibilities by interacting with the grad students. And you can see in the age range, you're not going to find many classes at Duke. I can only speak for Duke, where you have 18-year-olds and 34-year-olds interacting in the same class. It really works. And we're also very happy that we're attracting not just your typical public policy and policy majors, but students from across the university and in engineering and computer science and a lot of other majors. So we're getting that kind of diversity. And the whole focus of the class then, of our project is to evaluate what they're learning. And so we're collecting multiple forms of data from pre and post course surveys. We're doing post class focus groups, and the assessors are looking very closely at the course materials that are being produced both by the students and the project team to assess learning objectives. They also did some exercises both at the beginning and the end. Of course, we'll compare how they did on the exercises. A little bit about our outcomes. We identified 4 goals for the course, increase in national security knowledge, increase in teamwork skills, causal thinking, and perspective taking. This is just a shred of the data that we've collected, but we're seeing that the students have reported the greatest gains in national security knowledge, which was actually a surprise to us because it's not a course we're trying to deliver content, but they're absorbing a lot of content through their working with their teams and doing the research that they need to do their moves effectively. We saw the women reporting a lot higher gains in all the different outcomes, which is fine, great. We also found that the students are reporting that the opportunity to work at it as a team to develop their policies is the component of the course that they believe is contributing the most to all of these different positive outcomes. Some data on how the students are reporting themselves as to how this experience is impacting them. In terms of the impact on personal development, 87%, and we're talking about a 7-week course, 87% of the students are saying that it's at least some personal development, and a third of them are saying a lot or a great deal of personal development in the course. This class helped me become more comfortable with verbal discussion, negotiation, and presentation. In other classes, I've been able to prepare, but this class requires instantaneous decision-making and response. I was nervous about exercising this skill at first, but have found it to be enjoyable. In terms of their impact on their academic interests, a little bit lower, but still 74%, at least some impact on their academic interests, and 24%, a quarter of them saying a lot or a great deal. I took this class as a fun and challenging side plot and learned so much about myself, developing strategies and different policies. Now I feel, though, I am more willing to take untraditional, slightly scary classes. So that for us is a great outcome, that the students are willing to take a step outside of where they're comfortable and where they think they're going to get the best grades. And frankly, that is a huge driver for the modern student. And they're willing to do something different. Finally, impact on career interest, 71%, at least some. Not surprisingly, big thing, career interest, 13%, a lot or a great deal, is broaden my potential career plans. I'm considering specifically pushing to a position in security. So we really can hopefully begin to help drive students more towards possible careers in the Homeland Security space. Another chart just showing the different aspects of the course, really all getting extremely high remarks in terms of enjoyability, engagement, and value for the students. I'll note that the interaction with the professors seemed to rank the lowest on the of the different components, but what are you going to do? We will have a lot more results for you next year, but thank you very much.
Okay, these guys deserve, I'm just going to do it, a second round of applause because they had to go last. And as we say, we save the best for last. But it's kind of hard work at the end of a 2-day conference. So we extend our deep gratitude to you all. I am sorry there's no time for a Q&A, but hopefully you can do your Qs, in the online space, and they can give you the A's in the online space, or at the happy hour after this. I want to let you know what is on tap for you next. It's very exciting. Do not leave. Number one, we're going to show our video, just a few minutes long, but this is for Sam and for Nick. They didn't get a chance to see it. So we're going to show our video. Sam Howerton is going to give a few words just to wrap us up. We've got student posters and just a couple little announcements. And I promise, I have heard I run a tight ship, and I take that as a huge, huge compliment. It's not that way at home. I can tell you that right now. It's a very loose ship. We have scurvy. But we're going to let this panel take a seat. Scott's getting us queued up with the video. And I pledge to you, I will get you to that happy hour before 3:30, okay? Mark my words. Okay. All right, we're ready to go with this Oscar winner. Here we go. If you look at what national security leaders have been saying, we have more diverse threats than America has ever experienced in our history. There are groups from all walks of life, all ideologies, from outside of our borders, from inside of our borders, who want to harm the United States. It's incredibly important that we have all hands on deck approach to being able to thwart it and to study it and to understand how we can stay ahead of it. INSIGHT stands for the National Counterterrorism Innovation, Technology, and Education Center. The Department of Homeland Security has centers of excellence. We are the only one that's designated to do counterterrorism research here at University of Nebraska at Omaha. I think the primary mission of our center is to provide sense making about really difficult and complicated topics like why someone becomes a terrorist. In order to do that, you really have to have very smart people from across a variety of disciplines.
The fact that ENSIGHT is an interdisciplinary center is important, right? I've been in a lot of centers and I've been in government before, and it tends to be stovepipe. ENSIGHT's different, right? They have psychologists, they have terrorism researchers, they have criminologists. They bring it all together and say, here's the problem we got, and how do we solve it?
We are not supposed to do research in an ivory tower. It's not supposed to sit on a shelf or in a book. Our job is to communicate it out to the public. And in doing so, we are helping prevent the very thing that we are studying, which is terrorism and targeted violence. We have chosen to build the nation's largest consortium of counterterrorism researchers. We have over 60 different academics who are part of our network and 30 different institutions across the United States and other countries.
ENSIGHT has supported us tremendously. Obviously, there's the support through funding, but I think they've gone beyond just being funders and also been a great opportunity to better network, whether it is through some of their annual meetings, whether it is proactively putting us in touch with practitioners at different agencies so that we can be able to better share our research findings.
INSIGHT is really invaluable to the Homeland Security enterprise. INSIGHT is also phenomenal scholars producing great output and research and results that have a practical implication for the work that we're doing at DHS.
It's such a privilege to be on the board of INSIGHT. This is things that we should have done 20 years ago, but we're just now getting to do. We're looking at bringing people together who are dealing with this problem at the national and federal level and really getting them to communicate, talk with each other, as well as to academics.
I really felt that we needed a national security center here in Nebraska. Nebraska is in the middle of everywhere. We are equidistant from the coast. We have our finger on the pulse of what Middle America believes.
Agriculture is a huge part of the business here and people's lives. Protecting agriculture as a form of critical infrastructure is critical. And we're in a unique position in a city like Omaha. There's just so many opportunities for partnerships and collaboration and for the work that we do at INSIGHT.
Every student that is here in University of Nebraska at Omaha is paid for their participation in INSIGHT. We want them to interview top leaders in national security. We want them to get tours of the Facebook data center. We want to send them to Washington, D.C. to be able to share their research with people who need it.
Being able to be around people in criminology and IO psychology and in other disciplines has shown me like a whole wide range of different ideas and ways of thinking. It's really just that commitment to interdisciplinary understandings and collaboration that has changed my worldview.
If you had ever told me when I first started at Penn State that I would be doing any type of counterterrorism work, I would have looked at you funny. I feel that INSIGHT supports me as a student in various ways. It's being able to enhance my education by showing me the various ways that IO principles can be applied to many different scenarios, whether it's examining recruitment among terrorism organizations or figuring out ways to bolster the mental health resilience among counterterrorism researchers and practitioners. As an undergrad, I would definitely recommend INSIGHT. INSIGHT has really helped me figure out what I want to do with my career. It's given me a really great perspective on how research can be used to help serve the greater good. INSIGHT is going into its 5th year strong. While I may not necessarily be a counterterrorism researcher directly, I do get a sense of hope in seeing the work and the efforts and the passion the faculty and students put into continuing to help INSIGHT grow.
We always ask people at the end, what gives you hope?
That's probably the hottest question you've asked me.
What gives me hope?
What gives me hope is the folks at INSIGHT.
Working here, I sleep better because of the people that I work with.
Even though the subject we deal with is grim and can be scary, I am hopeful every day coming to office and seeing the bright faces of students who want to be part of solving these tough problems and the researchers who have their hands in the gears trying to fix them.
What gives me hope is that people, I think, generally are so resilient.
Getting to work with people that are hardworking and bright and motivated by making their community safer has been a really inspiring part of my career. I never would have imagined that I could have built an organization that was filled with so many brilliant people that are just genuinely want to make the world safer.
I'd like to invite the Chief Scientist of Homeland Security to the stage just to give us a few closing remarks.
So I'll do this a little revival style since I'm like from the South, right? And move around a little bit, you know, so I'll point over here, I'll point over there. I'll try to make sure everybody can see me a little bit. This morning, Gina asked me to kind of synthesize what we heard yesterday and today. And I'll start by saying like, woo, my brain is full, right? Even now I feel kind of like a computer that's had too many patches downloaded at once and it all hasn't parsed correctly into the firmware yet. So, and maybe to some degree that's a good thing, because what I'm going to hopefully do for you in the next like 3 to 5 minutes is actually what people like me in Washington, D.C. have to do all the time, right? Which is take a lot of very technical, very complex information and synthesize it down into something that is digestible and hopefully understandable by people that are even further removed from the scientific enterprise than I am. So, you know, I think that I was introduced as a chemist, but let me show you how further removed I am from social science just here in my last couple of minutes. One, I've never taken a social science class ever. Probably the only disciplinary fields that we have overlapped in are probably somewhere in statistics. And in fact, in chemistry, I am what you would probably call a super nerd because I actually focus on metrology, which is the study of measurements. So you're going to hear a little bit of a bias when I talk about the things that I think were interesting today. And let me make this metaphor for it, right? It's like building a house. As I listen to all of the research that's being done now at Insight, all that's being proposed, right? It always has to start on a foundation of evidence and data. And that is through great design. The second to the last panel resonated probably the most with me of all of them. And I think it would have been great to hear them at the beginning. And why is that? Because just like Dr. Bader said, or Dr. Rottweiler showed, right? Good evidentiary or experimental design is critical for data that can eventually be processed up into policymaking sort of activity. So that's kind of like the foundation of our house. As we build the rest of that, right, the skeleton, the veneer, all those sorts of things, the other things that kind of got me really excited today were the intersection of different fields, right? The use of emerging technologies and how that intersects both the pathways onto terrorism and the pathways off of it, right? The world that we are living in is technologically evolving at a pace that is impossible for any one person to understand and probably even large groups of people. And yet our adversaries, right, are using those technologies to become more adroit and to lower the activation energy for those who have ever had a chemistry kind of experience, right? So I think that that's the thing that kind of excited me a lot. And then lastly, but certainly not least, was the aspect of the final panel that dealt with the people, right? Whether you're a PI, whether you're a student, we have to remember that all of the work that Insight is doing really is for the future to address the problem of today and the problem of tomorrow. Now, if I didn't mention your project, it's not because it's not important. It's probably because my brain's full still and it's chugging through. But I'll say that as somebody who is on the outside looking in, I am astounded by the work that you are doing. It is very hard. It's very complex, right? It is dealing with people. And I applaud all of you for the work that you're doing, for the people that you're training, and for the time that you've taken here today. So thank you very much for the opportunity to provide some closing remarks.
Okay, so I see Noah, Kat, and Andrea coming up. Now we're going to go right to our poster contest. And you're probably like, why do we do it? Why do we do anything? But we do this poster contest. I'm sorry. It's from Conan O'Brien. He watch the Hot Wings special. It's just the question he asked. Okay. So we do this for three important reasons. The number one reason is so the students can get practice, the students who are up front on the research, and that they can put you in touch with the work that their professors are doing. Okay, so that's the what. They are doing the what. Part of this why is also to incentivize them. We have a little contest. People want to do it. So when our three judges announce the awardees, you know, we're going to have the team come up. They will pose for a picture over there by Anthony, wave Anthony, with Splunk. And so, you know, you want to make this something they want to do. And third, Splunk industry partners. This is a way for us to engage with industry. So someone asked yesterday, how can, you know, government and industry engage? Well, academia can help with that. So these three young people here are research associates at Insight. And they're here, and we're going to hire two more. So PS, tell all your friends and lovers, we got two more spots coming. And, you know, they're PhDs, and their job is to do research full time. They're full-time researchers. They work on the second floor if you did the tour. And we're just so happy to have them here because they can help us do the work. So Andrea Walker is going to come up first. She got her PhD in criminology at Washington State University. She's working with Matt Allen on measurement. Andrea is going to present the Modernization of Data Award.
Thank you. All right, this is very exciting. All of the posters were really awesome. So just a shout out to everybody. You're all winners. You're all winners. Only some of you get the prizes. So for modernization of data, we have Emma Theobald, Alexis Diamato, Madison Scott, and Jack Rigg from UNO for their poster, AI Made Me Do It, how AI is used to enhance oh my gosh, malevolent, I'm nervous. Creativity, idea generations. You guys did the posters and I'm nervous. And the reason we chose it was because it was a really interesting and novel way to use AI in this space, especially using a form of experimental design. So that's why we chose it. So congratulations. You guys are awesome. I'm going to get off the stage. Go take a picture.
Okay. Noah Turner comes to us from Michigan State University, where he is an expert in SAR. And not the suspicious activity, just the reporting part of it, right? Okay. All right, good. And so we're so happy he's here, and Noah is going to present the Scientific Innovation Award.
Hello. Well, yes, like Andrea said, all of the posters were fantastic. I really enjoyed getting to look at all of them. For the scientific innovation, we are awarding it to the team out of Oklahoma with Cecilia Gordon, Joe Stewart, and Eris Boyra Lopez on their project, Navigating Social Media Text Analytics, Overcoming Linguistic Complexity via Advanced Modeling Techniques. And this was just a great study that really embodied the idea of scientific innovation because they highlighted and made more visible the advanced modeling techniques and statistical approaches that really are going to push the field forward and produce better science. So congratulations to you all.
Okay, last but not least is Kat Parsons. Kat is awesome. She did, you may recognize her from one of our shows, not a show, it's a webinar. God, my brain, sorry. Next, I'll tell you about research. So she is going to present, the final award on accessibility. And what you ought to know about Kat is she's a criminologist from American University. Is that right? Got that. Okay. Come on up, Kat.
All right, so I will third, they were excellent. However, we, for accessibility, decided to go with Callie Vitro and Camden Carmichael from UNO for sentencing leaders in US ISIS cases. So they had very clear visualizations and very relevant for policymakers we found on the poster itself. So did help it stand out, but again, all excellent.
Thank you, Kat. So I I'm going to say so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu to our online audience. So onliners, thank you for sticking with us. It's been an awesome 2 days. We're so happy to have you here and thank you for your questions. Now I have just a couple little things and then you're free to go. First thing I want to